everybody.
Oh, hey, everybody. How's it going? Let's see. Who do we have here?
We have people in the chat.
Oh, yes. I'll let you start off.
All right. Well, first off, we have Barbie, who had to re-up her membership. She said she had to rejoin. So we're going to need to give her some cowbell and some gong.
All right.
Because that's important. Right, guys?
Yep. So we get cowbell right out the beginning. Are we going to do it right or just skip to the meat of it?
I say skip to the meat of it.
All right. And some gong. This one's for you, Barbie.
And that was loud. And that was for you, Barbie. All right, let's see. We also have the Knight's Edge. Welcome back, TKE.
Welcome
we
back.
have Nate. He says, hey, y'all. I likely won't be in much tonight. We are in a state of emergency at the moment. Most of my town is underwater, and power has flickered a few times. Yeah, we have yet to get that. We do have severe weather coming here where I'm at, so it will be a little bit later that that this happens while I'm on the live. So if I go poof, you guys know what happened. So yeah, but I'll let you know. I'm all right, of course.
And I'll carry on. Worst case scenario, you're stuck with me and maybe our special guest.
Oh, yes. Welcome back, Kelly. Glad to have you here.
Welcome back.
And, of course, Barbie.
Yep.
Who just got some cowbell and gong.
Yeah.
Kelly, need to figure out what the heck to eat. Yep. It's coming on our live. It's like automatically, what food are we going to have? What food are we going to discuss? And what recipes are we going to walk away with?
Right.
Even though we're a knife channel.
I think it was all started by the butt rub.
Kelly said we had popcorn and honey chicken last night. Maybe shrimp, fish, clam strips, or some combination of the above. That's definitely a combo.
And see, they're starting right out the gate tonight.
Yep. Welcome back, Bando. Glad to have you here. Let's see. The Chicken Commander is in the house. Welcome back.
My liege.
Adventure of 50. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Adventure.
Addicted to Blades. Addicted to Blades, too. That's a lot of your names can be like tongue twisters sometimes, but welcome back.
Welcome back, Addicted.
I'll eventually get it right. Who knows? And welcome back to Jeff, my husband, who was also sitting in the living room in the house. So, hello, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff. How's it going?
Brown Sugar, welcome back.
Welcome back, Brown Sugar. Glad to have you here.
Burkroll Sarah Coat, welcome back again. And actually, I started to do the video for the knife that Burkroll sent us, and I had some malfunctioning with the camera. So tomorrow I'm going to get that done and get that out. So haven't forgotten about you at all, Burkles. Let's see. Venture 50 says, hello, Marissa and Marshall. Hello, Mr. Lance.
Yep. Heidi ho.
Let's see. Kevin Smith and Knives, welcome. Hi, I'm new here. What's up?
Hey. I could have sworn I've seen you in our streams before, but
yeah.
I know I see you in a lot of others, so maybe I'm thinking of other people's streams.
Yes, definitely seen you before. Let's see. I'm trying to read everybody's, plus see if I missed anyone. Scrolling. Bando said, I suggested these cheap breadsticks. I am 0 and 10 for picking good stuff to eat.
Nothing worse than cheap breadsticks.
Lance says, we're in the middle of a snowstorm here in New Jersey. They say 7 inches followed by a layer of ice. Wow.
Oh, wow.
We're supposed to get just severe, like tornadic weather. We had it, it seems just like yesterday, but it was a couple days ago and it's back again. So.
And I'm out here in California with clear skies and frigid cold.
Welcome back, Be Shady. Glad to see you.
Back.
And Jeff says, I'm on the porch swing. He's not in the living room. He's on the porch swing, you guys. So
you have been corrected.
Yes, I have. Hello, Caleb. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Caleb. And I wasn't sure if you saw in the chat earlier on Bandos, but I did reply to your email. So we'll check again if you emailed back after the live.
Kelly, sorry I missed up to now. Was getting food going. Well, Kelly, you only missed the food segment.
Yeah. And by the way,
what are you making us?
Yes.
Because we're going to be hungry after this.
Well, I ate before I came on the live. I had fried catfish, gave my hush puppies because I don't care for hush puppies, gave those to Jeff, and had some fries, some coleslaw, and I believe that was it. That's what I had. Lance says, Marissa and Marshall, I'm happy you liked the unboxing video. I tried to keep it lighthearted and fun.
It was great.
Yes, I loved it. It was really good. Did a great job on it.
And I can't wait to catch one of your lives. You always sneak them in there, and I don't realize till after.
Oh, yes. It says, you're getting what came through Chicago last night. 4 more inches here. Wow. Wait. I thought I saw what Kelly is having. Shrimp and clam strips. Yes. So speaking of the shrimp, I think it was day before yesterday, Jeff and I are setting out on the carport, the porch swing, and he's listening to a video of a lady tell her husband that she was looking at Google for shrimp recipes because she had just purchased some shrimp and wanted something different to cook for dinner. And she came across a little thing saying that on Google, of course, that shrimp and cockroaches are in the same family. So, yeah, ever since I heard that, I'm kind of like, I don't know if I ever want shrimp again.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how true it is because I didn't actually look it up, but that gives you guys something to do to research and find out if shrimp are really ocean cockroaches. So, just saying, you're welcome.
Way to kill food.
Oh, yes. And we have Hartley Knife and Steel. He says, bow chicka wow wow. Something else. And actually, before we came live, we actually have Ryder. He's waiting in the green room right now to come out. And we were actually having a very humorous conversation while we were going live, and it involved toes and toe lid. And so, yeah.
So just a warning, if, we pull them on and you just see feet everywhere, that's why he's just getting his dig back.
Yep. All right. Let's see. Oh, Rolf, really? Why? But you don't eat cockroaches? No, I do not need that protein. Chocolate covered cockroaches or chocolate covered ants. You've eaten chocolate covered ants.
So I actually didn't know they were chocolate covered ants. I was at a charity benefit and there was a pile of chocolate balls on a big platter, and they were good and they had a nice crunch, and turned out they were giant African fire ants. And I didn't find out till I had eaten about 20 of them. And at that point, I just couldn't think of anything else to do but run to the bathroom and shove my finger down my throat.
Ew. Jeff, I ate water roaches tonight. He had fried shrimp. Kelly, she said, LMAO, my mom for Thanksgiving used to always make cocktail shrimp, and I love them, and she tried to turn me off them by telling me they were a scavenger and ate other fish's waste. I was like 8. Yeah, I've heard that before too.
Yeah.
And Kelly said, it didn't work. Bando, I've eaten a roach.
Oh.
I don't know the
you can
details.
keep that story to yourself, Bando.
Sometimes sharing is not caring.
Ryder says, the green room is pretty nice, honestly. VIP treatment, complimentary bubbly. Yep. Oh, Bando said he ate a roach for a cig.
Yeah.
I guess you really needed that pretty bad.
Wow.
First, you start with worms, then climb your way up. I don't know.
Yeah. I've heard enough stories about my friend going through military survival school and the stuff he had to eat. Yeah, no.
It's for you,
Ryder
Marshall.
says, Marshall, when did you get sponsored by Reese's? We're not yet, but if you know someone at Reese's, hook us up. Yeah, we've got the Reese Puffs. Oh, there we go. The Reese Puffs right here. So, and then she's got her Reese's. I am again without Reese's tonight. She's going to eat them in front of me.
See, I've actually been good because my mom bought like 2 of the long packs of the singles. And I've let these sit since Tuesday, our last live, so I could have some for this live. So I've been good, you guys.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
And then,
When I was younger, I worked in a pet shop. We sold live crickets. I'd eat them to get a reaction out of the new employees.
wow. I just can't do bugs. You know, I mean, if they're there, no big deal. But eating them, no, can't do it. Can't do it.
Rolf, if you want to be an NCO in the military, you will eat things.
No.
Bando, I've seen many bugs eaten. It's just wild in the Marine Corps.
Wow.
Yep. Kelly, crickets are so nasty. Hated cleaning up the containers when we kept lizards.
Yeah. Years ago.
Yeah. They stink after a while. To me, crickets just stink.
Years ago, we had a bearded dragon, and I hated
Going to get crickets for it.
Yeah. And Dan Stan says, hey, y'all.
Stan.
Hey, you.
Welcome back. Glad to have you here.
Hartley Knife and Steel. Mr. Ryder says, you got to freeze them.
Yeah, no.
Still a no.
You, Bando. Barbie says, eat her puffs, Marshall. There's none in there.
Yeah, it's an empty box. It's like a spirit of her having been out here.
Dan, I've got like 3 different streams I'm hopping around on. I just love all the knife creators. Yep. Well, we love you too, Dan.
Absolutely.
Barbie, I tried tarantula, scorpion, and crickets taste like potato chips. I don't need to know that.
I mean, I go to the corner store out here sometimes, and they got all those candies with the bugs in them. Can't do it.
All right. Well, I think we have made Ryder sit in the green room for long enough. We just wanted to be able to say hello to everybody before we brought him in. So we're going to go ahead and do his intro and bring him in.
Sounds good.
Oh, that was cool.
Hey,
And welcome,
hey,
Ryder.
Ryder.
I was like, what? I get my own intro.
Oh
That's
yeah,
You do.
we're high class like that.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that I like the production value, guys. It's great. It's great. How are you guys doing tonight?
Doing well, and yourself?
Good.
Yes.
Just hanging out in the green room. You know, could use some more weight
Hopefully
staff.
you're comfy.
Yeah, coffee and bubbly. How's it going, Barbie?
Well, we'll send some more your
Yeah.
way. Let's see. We have Caleb. He is saying hello to you. You should be able to see the chat as well.
Yeah, I can.
They're on your screen.
How's it going, everybody?
And Bando says, "Let's see those feet."
I'll trade you. I'll make you a deal. I'll show you some knives, and we'll like I leave the feet reserved for shows. So come see me. And
And let's see. We have Barbie. She says, "Hey, Hartley."
how's it going?
So yes. And Kevin says, "Traded my WE Exaton for a Vero Impulse. I like frame locks better anyway."
We makes good stuff.
I love a good frame lock. Nothing better. It's just my personal preference, but
Yeah. Awesome. So, Ryder, why don't? Oh,
All right.
okay.
No,
why
go
don't
ahead.
you tell all our viewers a little bit about you, what you do, kind of give them the rundown, and then we can go from there.
yeah. Where to begin? So I was born. No, so I'm a knife maker from Fairbanks, Alaska. I was born and raised here. You know, I kind of got my start in art and jewelry. You know, over 10 years ago, and I got into the knife community. Been a collector for many a years, and just like within the last couple of years, picked up knife making, and it's been going pretty well so far. I like to make stuff. I like to work with my hands. And I kind of came up on YouTube back in the day when Gavco and Tough Knives were putting out content. So I take a lot of style inspiration from them. I make fixed blades out of my garage and just try to have a good time with it. So I'm still part-time at the moment, but I'm hustling, trying to get like Marshall and, you know, make knives all the time and you know, get my, you guys have a great thing going with Legion. I mean, it's really cool to see all the ASGEIRs out in the wild, but yeah, I mean, I'm the type of person, like I could talk all day, but you probably want to see some knives and see kind of what my style is. I think that might do a little bit more for illustrating. So
Yeah. You can start with
yeah,
that if you want to.
hey,
It's your
you guys
platform
are
tonight.
running the show. I'm just hanging out.
The more
Show us what you
the more you talk, the less we have to. And you know, they've all seen us a million times, so you're probably a lot more interesting.
I brought my pillow, so I can just let you take over the show, Ryder.
No, I'll talk all day if you let me. I mean, we could go any direction. I do have you know, I've got my collection sitting over there. I've got you know, knives on the wall behind me. I'm probably up to about 50 in my personal collection. I've got some work in progress and some pieces that are close to being finished. I don't have any finished work right now because it moves out the door as soon as I can make it. So I have a bunch of stuff in various stages of production that we can talk about. And I'm excited to talk to y'all about the 3D printing jam because that's kind of been one of my kicks lately. And I have maybe we could do a little R&D. I have a project that I'm working on that I think Marshall might be able to lend an ear to, and you know, kind of like how we were doing in California. But you know, whatever you guys want to do,
Yeah,
cool,
perfectly fine.
All right, yeah,
I'm all for it.
Let's hop in. I got a bunch of stuff here, so this is a current build that I'm working on. This is a modified pike model, so it's kind of one of my flagship designs. We got Peel Ply G10 on there. Marshall, you said something to me the other day about stonewash, and
Right.
I ended up coming up with this gray wash finish.
Oh, very nice.
Just off of that one conversation, so I do appreciate it. And then I've gone back in here and done a machine satin, and yeah, this is kind of my signature blade shape is doing these funky little obtuse shapes where I kind of, this one's been soaking in oil, so it's a little messy, but yeah, this is the TWR, and this is kind of my flagship little compact EDC. I like to sharpen the back edge here, very much inspired by John Graham. If you guys are familiar with him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I've got half a dozen other builds. This is like a standard pike for me. And I really love doing these variants. So this is the same knife with just a little bit of alteration and modification. And really all this one needs is a logo and hardware. And then we're going to slap a sheath on it, an edge, and we'll be good to go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Dan Stan said, Ryder, that is ground
Thank
very
you, Dan.
well.
I appreciate it. You know, I've had a lot of good mentors in the knife community teaching me. Rolf says I'm the cool grind guy. I like to get fancy. You know, Marshall and I were having this conversation last time we hung out. I sometimes get the best of myself, just like, you know, I like to let the knife speak to me in the moment, and so I come up with all sorts of crazy ideas and see how far I can take them. This is actually not my design. This is a collaboration with Kyle Cuttriff. If you guys have seen him around online, and yeah, that's probably the bane of my existence, is doing all these little collaborations, and they're just so much fun. I love to work with other makers and, you know, trade blanks and stuff like that.
One thing that I have noticed is you seem to have a very high demand for the knives that you make. I've been since I've been following you on Facebook, I noticed, like, as soon as you put one up, everybody's like, no, mine, you know, and you have what auctions for them, and tell us a little bit about how you do those.
So I try to keep it fresh. I try to
Sorry, I'm laughing at the super
cool.
chat.
I saw it come through. I was like, oh, so I kind of grew up in and around the knife community. You know, from like 18 onward, you know, I've been going to shows and hanging out. And so one of my big pillars is just like, how can I make sure that things are fair? So I have book slots. I've kept those closed for a while now, only because I am really getting my feet under me with like finishing options. You know, you see all these knives out there and you're like, oh yeah. And I think a lot of collectors have this idea, like, I could do that one day, and I will do that one day. And I can say from experience, it was a little bit harder than I thought
Right.
when I jumped in. And so I have my book slots. And then I try to make things available as I test them. So a lot of what I put up on my page is like, a lot of it has just been prototypes and like testing different finishes. You know, and I do a mix of like lottery. So you win the opportunity to purchase the knife, or I've done a couple of auctions for like really cool, interesting stuff. You know, that's kind of outside of the box, and, you know, kind of let the community decide. And a lot of what I try to do is community driven, because you know, there is no knife making without your community. And so I really like to take input and let people decide. And I have so many ideas on what else to do. And maybe we'll get into some of that here, live trialing some stuff, because I've got a pretty interesting prototype to show off. So yeah, it really depends. I honestly have a hard time like letting go of anything. Like I want to keep all of them. You know, it's the nice collector's curse is you get into making and you're like, this is sick.
And it's also like a labor of love too. You know, it's like you've put all your time and, you know, skill, everything into it. And then, I can
and eventually you'll get to the point where you'll like, get it out of here, get it out of here. I've been spent too much time on it. I want to do something different. That'll happen at some point.
I do get that urge on occasion, but you know, I've got a little bit of that perfectionist streak, and my people like to remind me there is no such thing as perfection, but I'll be darned if I don't shoot for it, you know, and I just try to make the best knives I can, and I've gotten some really good feedback. Honestly, I'm very surprised at how well it's gone. So, you know, it's really, I love it. You know, I'd spend all day, every day doing this if I could. And that's the goal, is one day to get in there, you know. You know, I was just recently down in California with Marshall, and, you know, that was a wonderful experience. Marshall's a great teacher, and, you know, that's what I want to do. Just talk shop all day, work on knives, like late into the night, early in the morning, you know, like that's the dream. So I've been bragging about getting time on that was it a Bridgeport? What was that big mill?
Oh, the Aduma.
It's
a little bigger than a Bridgeport.
It was so much fun. I need a mill yesterday. I really like manual machining as much as I enjoy like the high-tech stuff. You know, I really enjoy that process. And, you know, I have this concept that I throw out there sometimes, but like, I like to let the metal speak, you know. Sometimes a knife just wants to go in a certain direction, and I try to let it. And that's partially why, Marissa, you mentioned that you see stuff come available. You know, it's just, I have an idea that's in my head and I got to get it out. And, you know, this is one of those instances where I've never done this particular configuration before. You know, I have been enjoying my Tonto Pike model, and, you know, I kind of base them all out of the same blanks. And that gives me a ton of room for creativity. So, and we'll just show you an example. So this is a more traditional TWR. It's not finished, so you'll have to bear with me. I was just testing. I sandblasted this guy, and then I put in the back swedge, and so it'll need a reblast, and I still gotta make some handles for it and all that good stuff. But this is like my traditional blade shape, and then this is like an example of you know, some of the fun stuff that we can do to it. So I don't know if you've seen anything like this, Marshall. What would you call this blade shape?
I mean, it's not quite a compound ground Tonto. It's got a little bit of recurve in there. I don't know what I would call that. It's definitely on the different
I've been calling it the tech.
A curve.
Ton curve. That's a good one. I might let that stick. I don't know. I was calling it the tech kukri, but ton curve is interesting too.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and pull our super chat up here, because we got some cowbell we got to do. So Jim Cox, thank you for the super chat. He says, for Marshall's microphone fun, is my microphone quiet, or is it just that I haven't been saying a lot? Let us know.
I got a shout out. Oh, I'm so sorry. I cut off your super chat.
And we need to do some cowbell and some gong. All right.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me give him a little bit of Will Ferrell before you do that. He deserves that for the $10 super chat.
our cowbell. And Jim, this gong is for you.
So, Marshall, Jim said it sounds like you were using the camera mic across the room.
Okay.
So go ahead and pull your mic in.
Let me make sure I got the right mic after restarting.
It doesn't sound like it's the same mic.
Okay, how do I sound now?
Say something else.
Testing. Hello, hello.
Sound like you're further away.
You gotta pull that mic right
just
up.
Pull it into
your
you.
face, man.
Just pull it right up into your mouth.
Now we got
No
nothing.
sound.
Oh, you broke it.
Okay, so this is going to be the silent Marshall.
Marshall, pantomime. You know. What's up, Gus? I wanted to give a shout out to Garrett and Matthew, Gus. I put it up in my Facebook group and invited some of the guys to come out and hang out with us. So it's good to see some familiar names in the chat, and obviously all the people that show up to your lives week in and week out. You guys do a crazy schedule. I very impressed.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if this is working. Can you guys hear me again?
Well, welcome, Matthew and Gus. Yeah, pull a little bit closer so I can make sure that's
well, I'm on the headset mic right now.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
That'll work.
Noble one.
All right. Yeah, I think something's up with the connection on the boom mic.
It's Matthew says, I'm a noob, so forgive me. Oh no, you can't be a noob in here. It's not possible. So
and a lot of these guys.
Yep, if you like knives, you're in the right place.
A lot of these guys are Emerson crew. So I know Marshall is a longtime collector too. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
We can talk on that front, or I don't have my ASGEIR on me. It's sitting over there. I'd have to go grab it out of the.
Oh, shame on
you!
I actually don't have a knife in my pocket, but there's two, like, you know how it is. Like I've been in Marshall's shop. There's a knife within arm's reach everywhere. So I'm ready.
Excuses.
Yeah. That was the one thing I forgot.
All right.
We'll forgive you this time. I mean, you're on here to talk about your company, and how dare you forget our knife? So.
Well, I mean, that's how it goes. Like I want to, I really do appreciate what you guys are doing with Legion, and I think Marshall's time in making is just like, Marshall knows how to make a good knife, and it really comes through. So I really should have grabbed the ASGEIR. I might sneak away at some point just so I can talk about it specifically.
We'd love to hear.
I do appreciate. Yeah. And the question is, am I going to mod it?
Garrett says, first time hearing of this channel, looking forward to seeing more. Welcome, Garrett. Glad to have you here.
Garrett's been putting one of my TWRs through the ringer. He's always giving me updates on how the edge is holding up, prying through like bomb-proof shelters and stuff, and he's really going at it. So he's one of my field testers, as I like to call it.
Oh, very cool.
It's good having a field tester. Gus says, Ryder praises Marshall's knives quite often and would love to see some and hear about them.
Well, I don't have a whole lot for show and tell. I've kind of been wrapping up the custom making because of Legion Steel, getting into the whole production mindset, but I do have an Isonade prototype. Please excuse the looks of it. This has been a shop beater for about 6 years now, but it's a big overbuilt Tonto with a forked clip, frame lock, carbon fiber on the show side, and then it's chisel ground Tonto, chiseled for right hand use, and it's got bevels and chamfers all over so that it's as streamlined in the pocket as it possibly can be. And it's a full 4-inch blade and 1.5-inch wide blade. So it's a beast. It's designed to be held in reverse carry or saber grip. I think you have the wooden prototype of this, don't you, Ryder? I sent that home with you.
I don't think so. The wooden prototype of the Isonade?
Yeah. I thought I
No.
sent that back with you. It was supposed to go back with you.
No, I don't. I don't think I have it, brother.
Oh,
I'll double check my suitcase. You know, I've been wheeling. It feels like that was just yesterday, but that was in November.
yeah.
uh,
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
And you know, I know, Marshall, you've moved away from the customs, but I always like to talk about your expertise. You know, I remember seeing all those, and you've done a couple of different production runs in the past with various companies, and so
yeah, I've got
you know,
some of
I
those
like
here
to come
as
at
well.
it. Yeah, I like to come at it from the angle of just like, you know, you've always been in the mix, and so I do hype you up a little bit on my pages, just because.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, of course, man. You know, and it's hard for me to separate the Legion Steel transition because I just know you as that guy. You know, I remember handling that prototype back 2015 probably, and Direware was all the rage, and these big overbuilt beefy folders, and that just like kind of slots right in there in that category. So I'm excited to see. Go ahead.
I designed it to fill those that sector of the market. It's never really been my thing. You know me, I'm all about the artistic and the opulent when it comes to knives, but I had to build a hard user.
Yeah. And I've always been more like utilitarian. I got rid of all of my Damascus, and you know, I sold off. I had a nice Guthrie and Thor Damasteel, and you know, I don't carry stuff like that. You know, I like my users plain Jane. You know, I'll get fancy, but you know, I don't like to go full dress normally. So little difference in style, but enough about you.
Yeah. No, yeah, this is about you.
No, I'm just kidding.
And real quick, Ryder, can you give us the link so people can join your Facebook group?
Let me go grab it, and I'll just drop it in the chat here. Let's see.
And while he's grabbing that, we've got a question from Jim Cox. He says, I got in late. Does he machine the blanks or get them water jetted or lasered?
So I do a little bit of everything. I haven't gone into the laser route yet. I do have most of my blanks water jet. For the first like 10 or so knives, I was cutting them out with a hacksaw and an angle grinder, and that wasn't too long ago, a couple of years at this point. But you know, a lot of those were you know, cut by hand. So I try not to do that as much anymore, but I still do it for prototyping. Like I've got some 3D in the shop that I'm doing. I've got some interesting stuff that I want to do with carbon steel, where I'm going to do a little bit more of that, like one-off, cut them out by hand and do the whole nine. So.
Oh, awesome. And let's see, what else do we got here? Caleb says, hit that thumbs up. Thank you, Caleb. Yeah, it definitely helps us with the algorithm and getting our channel seen.
See if I can like it here on the phone without firing off. We'll figure that out. When it's in live stream, I'm like, I don't do a ton of YouTube live stuff, but yeah.
All right, I'm going to pin your Facebook. That's where you're most active at, is your Facebook
Yeah,
group, right?
yeah. I have yes, I am super active in the Facebook group. I have like all the different socials, but I find that going back to that community aspect, Facebook has been very good to me. It seems like that's where my people are most active. So I do a little bit on everything for the most part, but yeah, mostly Facebook these days.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pin that
Thank you.
For you. And I just went in there with our Legion Steel Facebook page, and it's like, how did you hear about this group? Answer these questions.
Yeah.
So if you get some random answers,
it's a private group, and I do that. Is that I like to keep out the riffraff, and I really, I don't have an issue with people being like casuals in there. I always tell people, like, I'm always available to answer questions and stuff. And like, if you don't know, those questions are just for like screening out, the bots and stuff. So, but you go in, just tell me you don't know, heard about it on Legion Steel, and I'll go ahead and approve you real quick.
Awesome.
Yeah. I think the answers to the questions are Alaska, what's your favorite model? All of them, of course. And then do you agree to the group rules? It's pretty straightforward.
Let's see, where is HKS located? I'm going to pick Siberia.
Sometimes it might as well be. Yeah. But no, that would put me over there in Ruski territory. No, I'm in Fairbanks, Alaska, so central Alaska, and we're surrounded by mountains, and we're just flat, flat and snowy and cold. I could check the temperature for you guys right now. Ooh, it's warm, 15 above.
Oh wow.
Wow, it's 54
here.
It's
warmer here for sure. How am I sounding now? Am I coming through a bit better?
Yeah, you can tell you're on a mic, but yeah, you can try plugging in your boom mic again.
Let me try that, because I've got two to choose from here on it and never know which one it is.
Yeah, this one should be plug and play.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
I think you're still on your mic. Speak into it like really close though.
No.
He just
we
keeps
really
talking.
need more of those super chats. Come on, guys. It's clearly this is a problem for my.
Try unplugging it, Marshall. The boom mic. Try unplugging it completely, and then because sometimes you have to reset it.
Ooh, there was something.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah. Get some nice ASMR going.
Say something into the mic. You just had it.
Hello. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that's
your audio and video is off.
Is there a way I can fix that?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Bye, Marshall. No, I'm kidding.
I guess it's just you and me now,
Oh, I have been demoted to the bottom.
You'll be okay. Here, I'll put you back in the corner.
Is that the test butt rub? I'm just on
Yes.
a MacBook microphone, so hopefully it sounds all right.
Yeah,
cool.
it sounds fine.
I don't have the fancy podcaster setup like you guys do. One day.
Yep. Oh,
Get the studio.
yeah. Sometimes it can be a pain. And Barbie said, "Say butt rub."
Butt rub.
Yeah, you got.
We have a question for you, Ryder, by Jim Cox.
Yeah, I was just reading it. So I do a mix of everything. I do water jet predominantly now, but a lot of these one-off shapes I grind in manually. So this is a perfect example. This is my standard pike. So this is like what they look like when they get to me. This has been water jet cut and heat treated and surface ground, all within the United States. And then, if I want to get fancy, I'll just go ahead and cut this to shape. Now, I will probably end up making a different version of this, because one of the things that I found with users is they like a deeper choil. So I'm probably going to end up updating this design in general, and that just helps your hand from slipping up on there. But yeah, mostly water jet. I do have a couple of carbon steel projects where I'm going to be doing all that by hand. I got away from it because it was very challenging to make them uniform. A lot of time spent grinding, and I do not miss the angle grinding days or the hacksaw days, as brief as they were. And now I've got a portaband, which Marshall always reminds me is the most inferior type of bandsaw. But
They're not bad, but they're, everybody I've known that uses one ends up going through many of them.
Yeah.
And Jim said, "Cool. I'm thinking of doing the same, even though I'm just a hobbyist and don't plan to produce." He said, "I just don't have tools, but might get a belt grinder."
That's the way to do it. I regard the water jet work as just it's a task, and so when I produce my blanks, it's the time that I'm saving. I work full time, and so it's nice to not have to cut all these out. And with things like jimping, getting those evenly spaced and stuff, it's much easier to have a water jet cut them versus having to do that by hand. Now, Marshall did give me some good tips on how to do that by hand. And I have anything with this sort of file pattern was all done manually by me for jimping. But now Marshall's going to save me a bunch of time and energy on that. I actually used that trick recently, Marshall, and I'll show you this build. This is a fun one. So this is a collaboration with Caldwell Custom Knife Works. This is his F2 design, and I did all the grinds, and the handle is 3K twill. But I used your little trick on these rail systems up here, just as like a nice little added detail. So what we have here is this is a hollow chamfer on the back, and then it kind of evens out into a flat, and then I've got those hand filed jimping on there. It adds a little bit when you get up front. If you were to slide off the side, I suppose, or if you had really fat thumbs, you'd get some use out of it. But it's more of a design thing, and this is like just one of those crazy fancy grinds.
Oh yeah, I can tell. That's really
Thanks,
cool
man.
looking.
Christian was kind enough to send me one of these blanks, and oh boy, I really need to make a fighter like in this style and size, because I love this platform so much. you know, every now and then a design will just really tickle my fancy, but that one's almost done. I gotta do logos, and I want to throw a couple more chamfers on there, specifically in this like finger guard area, just to make it that much more comfortable. But
right, very cool. I really dig
thanks.
that
Yeah,
design.
I have a couple more in the pipeline with him, kind of a hybrid between two designs. So I'm excited to see where that goes. Yeah, what else should we talk about? I've still got blanks here, a lot of collaborations. I have this gnarly guy. I'm making 3 of these, but this is my my trench model.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's cool.
Matthew.
the F2. Yeah, thank you, Barbie.
Matthew,
Yeah.
sexy.
Matthew's one of my group mates, one of the Hartley hooligans, as it were.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm doing these. Oh
That's
yeah,
good to have.
we have a good time, and I do one live a week, and we hang out. And did one yesterday on Valentine's Day for all the single ladies. You know, just hanging out, talking about Blade Show actually, and what we're planning on bringing. So.
So, are you going to be at Blade Show,
Yes.
Texas?
Oh, sorry, not Texas. I'm sorry. I really want to go. I really want to go to Blade Show, Texas, but not this time around. I scouted it out, no tables, and this Atlanta trip is kind of drained my pockets a little bit. So,
yeah.
Well, I imagine for you. Oh, go ahead, Marissa.
Oh no, I was just saying that we'll definitely be seeing you at
yeah.
Blade Show Atlanta because
I'm
we'll be
looking
there as
forward
well.
to it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was going to say that, you know, for you more so than most, Atlanta is a massive trip because you're not just coming from one of the lower 48. You're coming from almost
Yep.
Russia.
Yep. Flying across the country.
Because we'll be driving like 4 hours, you know, to get there. So yeah.
Yeah. It's that's one of the curses of living up here is like I call it the Alaska tax. If I get down to Seattle, I'm paying like $300 just for a flight to get down normally to Seattle. So it's going to be a trek. I think it's like 9 hours of airtime, and you know, I'll take off at like 2 a.m. and I get in at like 4 p.m. and then I'm gonna go to the hotel and I'm gonna go hang out in the pit until it's time to go to the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pit can be a lot of fun.
I think you know, that was the big push to do a show, is just hanging out and getting to talk to people, and you know, getting to put some hands-on work, because you know, my I don't put out that many knives at this moment in time, so it's going to be a grind, but I'm looking forward to it, and I've got some cool projects, and we can dive into some of the 3D printed stuff, and I have an idea that I'd like to kind of workshop with you guys and just see what you think of it.
Yeah. I'd like to see it.
So Marshall knows I have been 3D printing handles for a lot of my work as of late. So we'll just grab this guy as an example. So this one hasn't been tuned down, so it might not fit just right, but this is a 3D printed handle.
Oh, wow.
It's got the hex pattern, the Hartley hex on it. You can see it's kind of holographic, and that comes from, thank you. It comes from carbon fiber filament in there. So, you know, these things are super tough. I've done quite a bit of testing. I need to market it a little bit more, but you know, they just bolt on. I designed this all myself, and you know, they're pretty meaty. Like I said, I haven't trimmed these down, so there's I don't think it's warp. If there is warp, then I'll reprint them. But I need to go grind these down to size. But you can kind of get a feel for it. And I 3D print the sheaths for these as well. This is part of my modular series. So let me just grab some scale or some the sheath here. So this is what the sheath looks like. And this was just a prototype. But center mount.
That's
Thank
really
you.
cool.
That is cool.
And I've been carrying a different knife with some added creature comforts. You know, I 3D print some rubber on the inside of the sheath, and 3D print some rubber at the base to kind of like hold everything in. But that other design is actually modular, or reversible, so I can put the knife in this way and this way. And I have yet to get around to doing that for this, although it might be pretty fat if I do it that way. So I'm not sure if I'm going to, but definitely an idea. And the idea with that is that, like, you know, I can make those sheaths pretty quickly. So if I did have a modular upgrade, you could potentially, you know, purchase one. But the project that I want to run past you guys is this. So I had my 3D printer going. This is my monitor screen. It looks like it's done printing the fresh insert. But this is one of my designs that I've been testing. So this is that same material, and it's 2 parts. I just printed these last night. It's pretty tough. I was kind of banging it around. You know, it doesn't have a ton of give to it, but a little. You know, so the idea is to get. I have some W2 coming, and I'm going to put some nice hamones on that and do all that heat treat in house.
Matthew keeps
The
yelling
camera
at you.
pattern?
He's like, show him the camera pattern.
Yeah, so we were talking about that last night. I had this really.
And hello to everyone who just came in.
If we need
Welcome.
to stop and work through the chat, that's totally fine too. I'll keep going, but yeah, we can go through.
Well, we have Bradford Mitchell. So that needs some gong
Excellent.
time.
Let's do it.
All right.
I'm gonna go ahead and post him. He said he's a member for 1 month. He said, I need me some more cowbell with a side of gong.
All
Hi,
right.
Marcel and Marissa.
Hello, Bradford. Good to have you back. I think he needs the proper cowbell. If you want to cue that up, Marissa.
Yeah, I think he needs some real barrel.
Yeah.
And there you go.
All right. And Bradford, we have some
Up.
more.
Go ahead. We have one more after that.
I'm having too much fun with this gong.
And now we have Titanium Justin, who has been a member for 2 months.
Oh, thank you.
He's an
Justin.
LSK recruit. So let's give him a little bit of.
Guess
we'll
what?
give him some.
I got a
A
fever,
little bit of the prescription.
and the only prescription is more cowbell.
Thank you, Justin. And some gong for you, Justin.
All right, don't go anywhere because now we have Ron Crow, member for 2 months. He's an LSK chieftain.
I gotta have more cowbell.
Crow. And some gong for you too, Ron. We're going to turn into the gong show here.
And don't go anywhere. We have Dan Stan. member for 2 months. LSK Recruit. I
Thank
think
you,
he
Dan.
wants to see some more Will Ferrell.
Yeah. And some gong for you, Dan.
There you go, Dan. And don't go anywhere. We have the Knight's Edge super chat for $2. He says, send prototype or stickers.
Thank you, the Knight's Edge. Glad to have you here today.
There you go.
Making Marshall work for it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Don't go anywhere. We have another. We have Fook, member for 1 month. LSK
Guess what?
Recruit.
I got a fever.
At least
And
I'm
the only
not singing this
prescription
time.
is more cowbell.
Thank you, Fook. And this gong is for you.
Dan says, we're getting our cowbell fixed tonight and gong too. So,
Yes.
I'm glad you guys got it
Let's
working.
Yeah.
oh, yes. And really quick, just want to say hello to everyone coming back. Gnarly Charlie. We have, we already said hello to TKE, Blind Woo, Brian White.
Welcome back, Brian.
Let's see. Ron. If I missed you, just holler at me, scream at me. And we have Blue. Welcome back, Blue.
Welcome back.
Hopefully I did not miss anyone. And wait, we already got titanium, Justin, didn't we? I thought we got you
yeah.
in
Yeah.
okay. Yep, I see it now.
I have to say, Legion Steel Chieftain is a premium tier of, group name. That's sick. I'm going to set this down, but I went ahead and grabbed the case.
Okay.
You can,
Oh,
you can
nice.
see the whole, collection.
Yeah, I want to see
work.
what's in there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we can let people, I'll just, I had to get rid of some of the freestanding knives out. But
Wow.
if people want to chirp in what they want to see, I've got some Triple Odd Design, CRK, Microtech, Spyderco, Hinderer, Strider, Emerson, CKF, ZT, of course, the Legion Steel ASGEIR.
The best one in the box.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and then some like weird one-off stuff. There's a Barker in here, Poltergeist, and so I want to hold on to this as long as I can as a knife maker, because I use all of these designs when I design to like kind of get my get a good mix of different styles and stuff in there. So it's very important to me.
So one thing
I say, let's see the Emerson real quick. I want to see what you there.
Okay. All of them?
Let's start with one first.
All right.
Then we'll let poor Marshall, since his microphone's working now.
Yeah.
We can't keep him silent. We'll let him talk a little bit.
Let's start with this one. So this is one of the new Super Ravens.
Oh, nice.
And these actually came waveless. One of the nice features here, I don't know if you guys can see this.
Yep.
Serial number 0007.
I like that.
JJ Campbell hooked me up. And then I have a 3D printed shroud on here. So you can see that that'll just open up the knife like that. And then it tucks away into the handle as it was intended.
very cool.
And I carry that pretty regularly, enough to put it through its paces. Somebody asked a couple minutes ago what material I'm printing in. And the answer is everything that I can. But those specifically, and like this hexagonal pattern is PAHTCF. So it's carbon fiber infused nylon.
See, I really love that. I really, really, really love that. I do. Because now you've got the wheel spinning in my head. I was like, okay, I need that.
Yeah. We'll have to get you one. Maybe I can
Until.
deliver it at Blade Show.
That would be super cool.
Yeah.
Ryder, can you show us your sheep, 3D printed sheep again?
Yeah. And this is ASA carbon fiber. This is all, this was a test run, but it's got all the information on there. So,
and that's all lasered engraved on there?
Yes, sir.
Very nice. We might have to talk to you about some sheaths for future fixed blade projects.
I am working on one. Like since we last talked, I don't know if I mentioned it, but I came up with a different pattern for another brand in that same vein. He was kind of going for like a gunner grip vibe, and or a pure grip vibe. But he. So we're working on some stuff with that, and so I've been working on my modular sheaths. So now I have a little bit of experience doing that. Matthew was mentioning the camo. I don't have any of my Arctic Night camo hanging out. I've given all those away, but this is some Rhodesian brush stroke that I put on. I make these little Ranger eye patches out of titanium, and so I get some pretty cool little designs. But
very cool.
That is cool. And Caleb is asking you a question, Ryder.
Yeah, does the carbon fiber nylon shrink a bunch? So with the print settings through Bamboo, it works pretty well. You put some glue down on the print plate. I have experienced some work, and so you have to work around that. But it really doesn't shrink that much. If you get into the 3D printing stuff, you just want to focus in on your tolerances. And so you kind of compensate for that. And you can offset and scale things accordingly. With these guys, it's not like a perfect flush fit. If you've ever gotten like OEM handles, they're never like quite 100%. It's pretty close though. You can kind of see, obviously I don't have pins through this, but it's not like there's a huge lip here. And I would say this is within QC for what these are meant to be, which is like modular. They're a little bit easier for me to make. Of course, I did all the work on the front end, designing and prototyping. I've got like half a dozen of these laying around. Like I have a whole bin dedicated to reject prints. This is I can't show that one. So we just have like a bunch of different materials and stuff, different patterns and things that I was testing out and trying, and different materials, some PLA, like little liners, doing all the test fitment and stuff. So yeah, that kind of answers a couple of questions, like what materials do I print in? Everything. I got some nylon glass weave in like a couple weeks ago that I've been playing with, and all sorts of rubber and anything that I can get my hands on that I can print realistically. So yeah, where were we? I think I was talking about this guy, and
yes.
This is that same material. This is just the test, but it kind of came out with this interesting starburst pattern, which I quite like. You can kind of see
That is pretty cool.
holographic. There's no like
looks
texture.
intentional.
What's that?
It looks intentional.
Yeah, it's just playing with the print settings, but no, I think I'm gonna lean into it a little bit, and that's what I mean by like the material will tell you what it wants to do. You know, when I tried this, I was just looking for a little bit of texture, and then I realized that if I get my print settings right, it almost has that like 3-dimensional GameCube pattern, and so I just kind of okay, yeah, let's go this way, and it turned out awesome. So. So for these guys, what I want to do, and this is where, you know, y'all's expertise will come in. So I want to cut these out of W2, heat treat them, drill them up, heat treat them, do the whole thing. And then the idea is that it'll slot in here like so. And this one actually came out, my filament got stuck feeding off my into my machine. So this is kind of what they'll look like. And then the idea is that I can do like all sorts of crazy different blade shapes. And this is based off of my my flashbang model. So this is kind of just what those look like in steel.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah. So I guess like, you know, feedback on the overall appearance. You guys are the first people to see this. You know, we got some nice chamfering on there. It'll bolt together 3 pinholes. You know, in this orientation, you know, if you ever were to use it in self-defense, like you're not going to have any issues with that material. I know you can't see how much pressure I'm applying, but
I could tell you were putting a good bit on there.
And that's why, you know, it's all about that prototype process. Like make sure it works, make sure it's going to do what it needs to. But yeah, it just slots in here like this. It'll have a very futuristic vibe to it with the screw hardware there. And then that nice smoky W2 hamon and a couple of compound grinds. And I think it'll be really interesting. But what are your thoughts?
I think you're onto something there.
Yeah, I do too.
Especially with it being an EDC size.
Yeah.
True.
I have a couple more ideas for like, you know, packaging but that's all irrelevant to the function of it. So, you know, I don't know if I expect like any actionable feedback, like, oh, you should make the, you know, make the whole pattern different or, you know, any sort of geometry. But this is the type of stuff that I like to go over with people and get their thoughts. Like, oh, if you're concerned about, you know, one of the things I am concerned about with this stuff is waterlogging, because we really don't have much data on what the filament does, you know, 10 years down the road. But that's what's nice about it is as long as it holds up for a decent amount of time, I can just print more, and that's all covered under warranty. So.
All right, I do have a question about that, but I want to cover some over here in the comments really quick.
Let's do it.
Rolf says, do you have the patches in your store and where? Rolf, is that for Ryder? Because I know they know how to access our store. So just to clarify, Rolf.
Legion does have some killer patches. They're.
Do you have patches, Ryder?
I do. Let me see if I can find. So I have the Ranger Eye patches, and I don't have any of those like ready yet, but I am definitely interested to do more. This is one that Marshall, you know Edwin, right?
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Ecog Mafia. So I'm probably going to be making a bunch more of these. I've been working on a bunch of different ways to make them more efficiently. So they're not in stock now. And I actually 3D print a frame for these. So, you know, you see the raw tie edges. It'll be like framed out. I wish I had one. It's the only thing. I just don't have any done up yet. And then let's see if I can find one of my, see, this is the challenge of being a knife maker is I got to shuffle through all my blanks and see, because I have.
Yeah, I remember organizing some blanks in the shop before I left Cali.
Yes.
And Marshall knows that we kind of got into it because I'm a creative tornado, but I have the Hartley skull patches. And if you need one of these, just shoot me a message. They're not in my store at this moment. I don't think so. The only thing that is on my store, and I might have tucked it away, is I've been resin printing these beads.
Oh, that's cool.
So this is a photorealistic walrus skull scan, and you just throw it on a knife. And you were interested in the Emerson earlier, so I just got one on here. They're big.
Okay.
They're big boys, but this is the cat.
It's fitting. Yeah. Yep.
And
That's
yeah,
pretty cool. And Rolf, I noticed Rolf and Caleb said they were getting commercials. If you're getting them, they're from YouTube. They're not from us. So the only thing I can advise is if it pops up and you're able to skip it, just skip it.
Yeah.
Let's see. And Kelly said same here about commercials. Yeah. Matthew said, Rolf Robertson, Ryder will take care of you.
Thanks, guys.
Lemmy says, hi, Marshall, Marissa, Barbie, and Rolf. Welcome back, Lemmy. Glad to have you. Welcome back.
Lemmy.
Caleb, I had to send some of the tolerances when I used some carbon fiber nylon, but I got a trial roll, and it wasn't from a high-quality company, to be fair.
Yeah, and you know, I use bamboo filament for a lot of stuff, but I have been playing around with other companies and other suppliers. I actually print these suspended, so you'll see this is really rough looking. A lot of this will just like peel off because this is all from support material. So I actually take these to the grinder and hit them with like a, you know, like a 80 or 60 grit belt and just get them flat. And then that's how they go on the knife for the most part. So you will get warp, especially with carbon fiber filament. And if you ever have any questions, man, just shoot me a message. Like I love to geek out about 3D printing. And it's kind of one of those areas I've spent a lot of time in because I see so much potential for augmenting knife making, you know.
Next question is from Jeff. He says, what kind of sheath for the flashbang?
So the idea with the flashbangs is that they will fit into my mod series. So I definitely want to 3D print a sheath because it just makes sense, right? And then I could also do kydex. So the whole concept behind the mod series of stuff is that they are modular, right? So this is V1 and it can click into a sheath. And then you could say, well, I love to carry the 3D printed sheath at work and whatever, but then, you know, maybe you have like a backpacking rig and you want to throw kydex on there. I think it's kind of a nice idea to be able to have a high quality fitting sheath that just sits on your backpack rig, you know, and so you can take it out of your work belt and put it into your backpack rig, and you don't have to sit there and, you know, fiddle with screws and take things apart. You can just have a secondary sheath. And if you're not a huge fan of the 3D print stuff, there are ways for me to upgrade you. And because of the dimensions are all the same, you know, this knife should fit one that I make 6 months from now, and a lot of cool modular things we can do. So I got to figure that out with all the one-off blade shapes, but it might just mean like a wider sheath that can accommodate a bunch of different designs. So
all right, cool.
All right, and Dan Stan says Edie Fixies seem to sell very well. I like all knife types. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
It seems a rage right now on the EDC fixed blades.
There's a lot of talented people making them.
Oh yeah, there definitely is. And Jeff asked another question: can you 3D print a blade?
I saw this one, and so technically speaking, I think the answer is yes. Like I 3D printed this. Now this is not what you might call a blade. I think that there's some opportunity with like carbonization to give it like a toothy edge. If you were to print in a better material than this is just PLA. I thought it was interesting. You can actually see the structure that I have going on.
It kind of reminds me of a Lego.
Yeah, it does a lot. I was just my filament got stuck, so it kept printing and it couldn't pull any more filament in, so it just stopped here. It normally would cap it off. But I think if you printed it right and with the right material, you might be able to run a carbonizer on it, and that would be what you sharpen. One of the things that I like the idea of doing with the flashbang is having trainers. So I can 3D print your specific blade shape, and then you can do all of your practice work with that, and you have a safe edge that isn't going to cut yourself or others when you go to martial arts class, or you're just kind of going through the motions. It's a karambit, so you can do all your fancy flipping stuff. And I have once or twice in doing that, like when I first got one, like swipe my arm. And that's never a fun time if you have something that's real sharp.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Another idea for that kind of modular design you could do is you could literally work with, like, say 40 or 50 thousandths thick steel, where you've only got what would normally be the secondary bevel for the cutting edge, and do your primary bevels in 3D printed, and just have a steel core sandwiched between 3D printed body and bevel of the blade.
Yeah, I like that. I'll have to mess around with that. I hadn't considered that at all, actually. This is the closest that I've gotten. And the reason was, in preparation for Blade Show, I'm just not sure I'm going to have enough. And I wanted to be able to do some of the heat treat in house. And I've been having fun playing with Hamones. And so I ordered up a bunch of W2 that I'm going to try. And Caleb, I'm reading this one, says, your style makes me think Cybertruck type futuristic lines and stuff. 100%. I've seen the Cybertruck compared to the Warthog from Halo, and I like to think my design style is very Halo inspired, very Halo-esque. Halo Reach, Master Chief. I really like that angular futuristic design. It's just what tickles my brain. You hit the nail on the head.
And Rolf says, copy that. Thank you, Ryder.
Absolutely. I look forward to talking with you, Rolf.
And Caleb has another question.
Yeah, I actually don't know about the tech in that new Magpul knife. Marshall, do you know much more about it? I've seen it around, but
I know that it's been, out there for a hot minute, being used for internal gun components, pew components, and it's been used in some other specialty manufacturing. I know they've done golf clubs out of MIM injection molding for that, and the technology's proven. The problem has been trying to get hardenable steel out of it, and because you've got the blade heated while you're molding it, you've got to reheat, maintain your shape. There's a lot of factors involved there, and so I'm very curious. Magpul claims they've worked out a formula that works for them, that's allowing them to do a MIM-friendly version of S35VN, and I'm really tempted to put a deposit on one and pre-order it, just to be able to experience it early on. But if it works out, the design limits for knives are going to be changing all over the place.
I didn't realize that that's what they were doing. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's insane. Very cool. I'm gonna have to go. I'm probably gonna end up pre-ordering one. I did not know that's what that concept was.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it's all injection molded blade.
Wow. Yeah, that's huge. I mean, I think we're in the middle of a 3D printer revolution, just with what's available for consumers. You know, I tell people all the time, my 3D printer is more reliable than my paper printer. And it's like Tony Stark, you know, I'm 3D printing everything. This whole wall behind me is 3D printed mod plates and designs, you know, that hold everything up there.
And what did Marshall call it?
my bargain bin James Bond wall.
Yeah. Yes. It looks really cool. I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
And Food says 45-second long commercial for Legion Steel knives, and it's not from you. There was a commercial for us. If there's a commercial for us, then we're doing something right.
Yeah, because my knowledge, we don't have a commercial out there being published, just the one that we can link to here and there.
I think he's talking about when I pulled out the patches and, you know, hyped up, you know, go to Legion's. No.
It's possible. Yeah, because we don't monetize our live streams. They only become monetized once they go into replay. So, yeah, if you guys are seeing commercials, it's definitely not us, because we have it permanently, not permanently, but we have it automatically set to where they don't monetize. That way it doesn't mess with the viewers' enjoyment of our show. So,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Garrett has a question.
All right. Garrett says, curious about that MIM S35 as well. They say it's tough in their own testing. Can't wait to try one. Yeah, I'm really curious. I love the Boydendrick steel from back in the 80s. That was a real game changer for casting blade technology. Now, if we can take that to injection molding and it works and it holds up and delivers performance like traditional stock removed or forged steel, it's going to be a whole new game in production knives.
And Matthew says, can probably make a 3D printed blade that's metal detector proof, which are pretty bad.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, certainly legally, I wouldn't encourage you to bring one on a plane or anything. But, you know, I think in theory it can be done. You are going to have some sacrifices in integrity. Now, carbon fiber shouldn't ping, but it's really that blade that you're losing a lot of your capability on. You're not going to have any sort of edge retention. I will say that the carbon fiber filament is pretty wear resistant, so I might have to play around with that and just throw one together.
Adventure 50 said there's a knife within reach no matter where I am in my house. Yes.
Yeah, kind of like my house too.
Yeah. You know you're a knife lover when. Let's see. Fook says, I was going to say Lego, but she stole my comment.
I was like, I guess it could be kind of leg-like, you know, like a chicken wing. You know, it's you said we were going to talk about food, you know, I'll put away some chicken wing. Yeah, Lego. I actually have some interesting stuff with work where I'm 3D printing a Lego mold for one of the researchers I work with is actually developing like waterless concrete for the moon. And so, you know, it's I'm trying to make a cast where they can basically like pour in this concrete and harden it up, and then we can give those away as promotional items. So not exactly a Lego, but it's definitely inspired by.
Oh, very cool.
Garrett.
It doesn't have a positive reputation with the pew parts. I know I'm interested to see how it is in a knife blade, as it's two different things. Yeah, there's going to be some difference. And there, I mean, in the pew parts, they're not making it out of the same grades of material either. And often they need very thin cross sections, and a lot of internal pew parts are spring tempered. And, you know, that's kind of where a lot of the failures have been, is getting that spring temper in there. So we'll see if they can heat treat it good now. It's a whole new world.
And Caleb says, sorry for all the questions. Do not apologize at all, Caleb. That's, again, why we're all here. If you have any questions, please ask. It doesn't matter how many you have. So, and Fook. He says, LOL, don't disrupt a perfectly good interview to respond to my nonsense.
That's what we're here for, you know?
Okay. That's what we do. We talk to you guys. So, yes. But I appreciate that, Fook. You were hilarious. And Caleb says, if you ever do a commercial, keep me in mind. I do voiceover work for a living and audiobooks. Definitely will keep that in mind, Caleb.
Yep.
Very cool.
And Steve Roth beat us to it. He said, Caleb, that's what we are all here for, to ask questions and learn. No worries. Exactly. And Jeffro says, yes, Ryder, the sheriff of Baghdad has punch knife, all plastic. That is durable, can be sharpened with sandpaper and cleaned with diesel fuel or alcohol, and reasonably priced.
Interesting. I actually, when he said that, I started looking it up. So I'm going to have to find that one. It sounds very interesting and right up my alley of just pushing the limits.
And can pass through metal detection.
Interesting.
And Adventure 50, he is going live at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that will be directly after our live ends. So yes, it's the Weekend Warriors edition tonight. So we're doing an extended live because we have Ryder. We know people are going to have a lot of questions and whatnot. So yeah, as soon as we end, you guys will be able to roll over to Adventure 50's live. So make sure you're subscribed to him. So that way you're able to watch him when we're done. And of course, we'll be over on his live after this one.
Yep.
So Caleb telling Rolf, I talk too much.
Nothing wrong with that. You know,
don't we all?
We love it when the chat gets rolling. And, you know, one thing Marissa's learned being around knife type people is a lot of knife type people can just talk and talk and talk.
That's just not knife people. That's also pew pew people, which I think I'm a bigger fan of the pew pew than the stabby things. But yeah, you know, I'm a Southern girl. What do you expect?
Yep.
You're either going to get this or you're going to get that. So it doesn't matter. But yeah, even here, and that's like Marshall and I were talking about, him being in California, the culture is a lot different there than it is here in the South. So it's like, I'm used to it, honestly. I am so used to it because, you know, growing up and, you know, immediate family members being into all of that, it's yeah, you just kind of learn to just like tune it out and go somewhere else in your head.
Yep. And Ryder over there, he's used to the moose and bear culture.
Yeah. See, but like with moose and bear, I don't know. You're kind of they're easy enough to avoid. I will say I don't like my odds with you know, like a 9 or we had an incident a couple of years back where my dog was trying to play tag with a moose in the backyard. It was like
Oh,
3
no.
a.m. and my girlfriend came and grabbed me. I ran outside barefoot in my skivvies, and she was thinking about using the car to like scare the moose away and like run it through the backyard. And I ended up tackling the dog in the snow, and then we carried her inside, and I had to rewarm my feet, and it was a very eventful morning.
Wow.
That's not an ending to a story you ever hear. I had to rewarm my feet.
Yeah. We had to put them in a bucket of water, and yeah, I was a little bit worried because I ran out there and I'm kind of doing this juke move with the moose and the dog because, like, yeah, she's over here. She accidentally locked me outside, so she at some point hit the. You must have followed me out, but in the time that it took to, like, our door latch got pushed down, and so when the door closed, we were locked, like, outside, and I didn't have anything on because I just sprinted out to save my dog, and so
Yeah,
that's
I would
why my
too.
feet were so cold, is because I had tackled her, and I into the snowbank. Of course, I wouldn't hurt my paw,
Yeah.
but I got back inside, and I was a little bit worried about the frost nip. It was probably right around like 20 below.
Wow.
Barefoot in 20 below snow. I can't even imagine that.
It was
Yeah.
I
not
can't even
fun.
begin to imagine.
Yeah.
And we have Food says, "Good luck opening your Amazon package with a pew pew." Who says you can't?
You just might not get to keep what's inside the package. It may.
I mean, you can do that all day long.
That is one thing I want to do, is make like an underbarrel mod system for the TWR that just slots in, or I don't know how to do it yet, but I printed rail attachments and made accessories with the 3D printer, and so I think I can just make it so you can mount this like a bayonet. And I think that would be a fun idea, even if it's not 3D printed in its final iteration. We might make it out of metal, but just to test, just to say I did it, it'd be cool. I don't know what the legality is of that on a
So true,
handheld.
Kelly. Gotta have both.
Yep, absolutely.
Food. They both serve different function. And then we have. Oh, Caleb's telling Lance he'll try to stay awake. And Jeff is his comments to Ryder.
I'm gonna type it in right now so that I don't lose it.
And if you ever come up with a mounting system for a pistol for one of your knives, I just might have to get one and pretend I'm John Wick or something in a future sequel.
Yeah, I definitely want to try it. I think it would be really interesting. Just to say that I did. I mean, I really like bayonets already, and I was really disappointed the last bayonet that ZT launched didn't actually work as a bayonet. It was like the right style, but then they didn't like. And I don't know if there's a legality thing there, but I feel like you could do it with like. I don't know if the 3D filament would work, because that's a lot of torque that could be presented on that one part. But even if I just model it in 3D printer filament and then have it machined professionally, that's an option.
All right, I'm gonna step out real quick. And leave you two at it. So be back momentarily.
Cool.
All right. So, Ryder, my question that I'm getting back to before we got to the questions in the chat.
Yeah.
The one that you were talking about that looked like the my word.
The Lego?
Just lost my brain. Yeah, the one that you were putting it in.
Yeah.
The
flashbang.
Yeah. No, what I was trying to say, what it reminded me of was the I can't even think of the word for it now. The ones that have like the circle on the end. What is it?
Karambit.
Karambit, yes.
Karambit.
That's what I was trying to think of. So like when you're yes, that's what I was referring to. For some reason, I was like, Kermit. No, what is the word?
the Kermit the Frog
That's
knife.
bad. Yes. So, like, in which fashion would you like actually hold it if you were, say it's complete? So, how would you hold that?
So I designed it to be both a utility knife and a defensive knife. So
it would work either way, kind of like a karambit.
Yeah, and I can show you on this one. I mean, you can grab like this. I kind of designed this. If you just want to use it as a utility knife, it's not super uncomfortable to just grab like this. You can. This isn't super comfortable, but if you had to, I often let me grab the metal one because it's a little easier. And this design actually started with a karambit. I think I showed Marshall, but I'm keeping that design under wraps. So I have a really interesting karambit design for this model. Same handle, just a different blade shape. So, I see it very much as like you can hold it in reverse, and you've got a lot of good purchase there. And you can also, hold it like this and kind of use it as like a traditional knife or come up on it. So, I try to make everything pretty comfortable in a variety of different grips, and eventually I may play with this some more and make it more like comfy for like holding,
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because like I was saying, it reminded me of the karambit.
Yeah.
So, I was curious if you could. There was like several different ways you could hold it, and if you were gonna, do anything along the lines of like a comfort grip, or depending on the style of which it can be used or whatever. So yeah, that was my question.
Yeah, and I think I'm pretty happy with the overall like form factor thus far, but I still may end up redesigning it to be like more comfortable. I actually have a version of these with no ring attachment, where it kind of just flattens out and it's more of like a necker style knife. And so it's kind of just got like a butt plate to it. And I can kind of get my hand in here, but I may make an XL at some point that like is a little easier to
Yeah. So. Well, I actually like the ring at the back of it.
Yeah.
And like the one you just showed me, like how the blade dips down, because that's normally like what I have an issue with, having like longer fingers. It's like if you're like cutting down or tearing through something or whatever, is making sure your finger doesn't like slip forward. And you've got something, especially that's why I like that ring, so you're not sliding off or forward towards the blade. So, and I know that a lot of them have like the guard like on the fixed blades and whatnot, but like some like smaller, like the neck knives, that's why I like Alan Foltz, his little fixies that he has, because your fingers like not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Whenever you go to cut down with it or whatever. So, but yeah, that's why I was questioning that.
Absolutely.
See, I'm all full of questions now.
No, I mean, it's good. It's with the karambit, I think I kind of agree that hole is going to keep you grounded. One of the things that I learned a long time ago is that when you use a karambit, you don't actually want to seat your full finger in there, because now you have a torque point and you can very easily get sort of caught up. And so you're kind of meant to just hold it like this so that you can disengage. And the same is true of your pinky. Now, if you're just doing like EDC tasks, I'd say this is fine. You can get all the way in there. But you can imagine if this were to get like twisted at all, now you have a leverage point. And I'm not sure what would cause that, but that's just what the practitioners say is you don't want to seat your finger all the way in there. You just want to have it like this and, you know, do your...
That would only happen if you go in and they roll.
Yeah. The alligator death roll.
I think they're just playing it safe because, you know, anybody who's like closed their finger in a door or whatnot, you have a lot of nerve endings in your fingers. So if it was your finger was to get levered in any way, you know, you're going to shift your behavior, you know, to ease the pain on your finger. So it could put you at a disadvantage in a tactical situation if your finger gets caught up in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff said make one for Glock, and I'm there.
Yeah. I think that would be interesting, you know, if you imagine your you know, thing here. I think it would be interesting if you could incorporate it so that it mounted at like this angle. Now, I don't know, again, legality on like a foregrip, but it would be cool if you could, when you seat your hand in there, right, and you're doing your grip, if you could somehow have at an angle so you can almost use this like on your like grip press, and then have the blade kind of at an angle so that you have like a lot of cutting ability if it mounted up like that. And it would be really interesting to see. I'll have to, after we get done here, I'll go grab my pew and just see what it looks like if I can make this like
Inspiring R&D.
Yeah. This is my problem, is I just have ideas. Like I'll be sitting at work and I'm like, oh, let me just sketch this out real quick. And you know, my brain's always kind of doing that like little dance, and it's very much a challenge to keep focused and like not go on the rabbit hole of like, this is cool, like let's make that.
Well, I can tell you one thing, if you ever make, because I really like your kind of high-tech, futuristic design language that you have.
Thank you.
If you ever make a tactical tomahawk, you know, and like a 14 to 16 inch overall length, I would be all over that. Well, especially if you incorporate like that laser engraving that you had on the sheath, you know, into it in some way. Yeah.
I really like that style. And we're on the same wavelength. Like the tactical tomahawk is coming. I've drawn it like half a dozen times. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's coming, I can already feel my money going.
Yeah. The only reason I haven't pulled the trigger on it is I'm actually not sure what to do about the handle, because I want to do this modular idea. It's the same concept. So let's imagine that this is, you know, tomahawk size, right? I understand blade heat treatment well enough to say, okay, blade goes in there, you heat treat that. What do I do to the handle? Like, I don't think it should be as hard as the blade. So could I use raw steel? Would I want to use raw steel? Could I use aluminum? I don't think I'd do titanium. I've seen people do micarta, which seems like I'd probably prefer steel with like handles on it, but I don't know. I mean, honestly, I can't 3D print quite that big. I could do like a very small hatchet like handle in this material, but
you could do like 70-75 aluminum and then type 3 hard coat anodize it, and then maybe do like some 3D printed scales for a softer grip on it. You know, there's a lot of things that you could do.
Well, Tyler is in the house. He said, just popping in to say, I may have found a gong for you.
Oh, wow.
Send it my way, Tyler. Send it my way.
Yeah.
2 gongs.
Yeah,
yes.
people are loving the gong.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. It's a
Hope
nice,
you're doing well, Tyler.
nice little touch.
Yeah.
And Matthew says, "Dang, this tech talk is cool."
Marshall is what I would call like a knife maker's knife maker back when he was doing it. And you know, he's got a lot of knowledge on different materials and like the way that things work. And I'm kind of there's no way that I'm going to catch up to Marshall. So I've kind of gone the other direction, and I'm like, all right, let me do this 3D print thing and see how far I can take that, instead of trying to master. I definitely want to, but you know, all the different machining and materials, like I'm kind of focusing on these really interesting new innovations and you know, accessible stuff. Knife TED Talks. Yeah, no, I love it.
Well, thank you, Ryder. I mean, you're actually excelling away from me in a different area. I'm not good with the technology, so I can sit down and watch videos, read books, whatnot, and learn how to use manual machines in different ways, and you know, the materials knowledge. But this using lasers and 3D printers and CNC machining, I'm dumb as a rock when it comes to that stuff.
I agree with you in that I don't consider myself a tech person. You know, I've worked around computers a lot, but it's always been this sort of situation where I learned just enough. And I'm very good when I have an idea. For instance, this stuff, like, you know, we talked about it when I was down there, and I actually had my laser delivered to your shop because they won't ship to Alaska. And, you know, this was very targeted, but I'm reading through a lot of that stuff and I'm like, I have no idea what this means. And it's just that like rigorous, relentless Googling and just like, okay, this is the engineering speak. Now I need to use that lingo and ask this question and look for this and do this other thing. Like it's yeah, I wouldn't consider myself tech savvy. You know, I really have kind of stumbled into some of this stuff. You know, at work I have access to a bunch of engineers, and so I go and bother them from time to time. And Fusion is where I'm doing all of my 3D modeling, and that is just like geometry. I mean, you know, when you figure out the core concepts, it's almost like drawing your own Legos and putting them together. And so like, and that is what I'm good at. I'm good at tinkering. And so yeah, I mean, I wish I could show you all the failed parts that I have in here. You know, I was starting fires in the maker space, and like I'm like why is this laser not working? And then a little bit of Googling, that laser will never work on this material, and so you just kind of adjust accordingly. So I'm a big trial by fire kind of person.
Literally, it sounds like.
Yeah, I left the shop and I was lasering. I had a diode laser hooked up to some ASA carbon fiber, and the whole room was smoky. And I went out and I was like, "Hey, so it's gnarly in there. Like what's your air cycle like? Like we should not be breathing this in. We gotta do something." And he's like, "Oh, it's cool. Happens all the time. Yeah, don't worry about it." And I was like, "Cool." I went home and found out what the issue was, and so now I can do that stuff in house. So
yeah, when it comes to tech at Legion Steel, we just like slowly turn Marshall around, be like, "Go have a Reese's cup."
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, but no, and that's one good thing that that we have as a team is that where one of us lacks, the other one makes up for. You know, so I'm getting storm alerts. But yeah, and it's like I'm very familiar. I can't talk, but I'm familiar with technology. Okay, but there are still some things that stump me, and I'm like, okay, I know I'm not an idiot, but and then you have to go and like literally teach yourself how to do some of these things. So, but just don't ever ask me to do OBS again, and I will be happy for the rest of my life.
Oh man.
But yeah.
Real quick here, we've got Rolf with 2 gongs don't make a right. And then
I feel like they could.
Caleb says at Rolf Robertson, but 3 lefts make a right.
Marshall, you're rocking. You need to stay like closer to your mic.
Okay.
You sound like really far away.
It's the stupid seam in the floor here. It keeps catching.
Oh, I hate that thing.
Yeah.
I spent some time running a business that had it was like 24 computers, and like we built our own at one point. We had to run we tried to use OBS, a lot of like cloud networking and actual networking. And, like I said, it's just, I would learn just enough to be dangerous and follow some basic procedure. And I really leaned on my experts. And so I kind of take that approach to knife making. Like there are so many people that are so skilled with 3D printing and all the different materials. And so I just spend a ton of time like researching and figuring out how it applies to my specific situation. But yeah, I don't consider myself tech savvy. A lot of what I do is just like inspired by a certain aesthetic, and then I just sort of run with it,
Yeah.
Matthew. I'm sitting here reading these comments while you guys are talking, and so I'm just like, it sounds like I'm just laughing at the most inopportune times, but it's Matthew says, Marshall said, I'm not Rocky, I'm Marshall.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm really good at the awkward and being squirmy and fidgety and all over the place. I keep getting tangled up in my cord for my headphones here, and yeah, it's a party.
That's
over
why
here.
all my cords are like behind my computer, and the only cord I have is this one. So yeah.
So Ryder, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying, I'm checking my weather. So
okay.
You guys,
why don't you show us the latest acquisition from that box over there, Ryder?
Latest acquisition from the box.
From your box of knives.
I was like, what? Oh boy. Latest acquisition. I think the most recent one that came in, it might be this guy. And this is an old school Emerson Roadhouse beater that somebody gifted to me from the Emerson family. Not like Ernie's family, but like my
right.
Emerson knife collectors family. That might be the most recent pickup that's in the box. Now I do have this guy, which came after it, which is the CSF, same handle, but a little bit newer. And yeah, I'm trying to think. The actual most recent was this guy. I got this on a fire sale. The Boker. I can't remember the name, but it's this little dagger.
Very cool.
Yeah. And this is a stout design, and you can see maybe some of where I get some of my influence with these like Art Deco, the chamfers on the side.
Right.
I like his style a lot, and he's one of the best at it with that specific style, you know. And you were talking a little bit earlier about like design language, and you know, I think that's what sets apart knife makers the most, is like how, you know, and it really shows when you do a collaboration between two makers, like
Yeah.
seeing a knife that is designed by somebody, but somehow it can still come out looking like it was made by the person who finished it, you know. And that's
Right.
one of my favorite things in knives. So
Yeah. Yeah, I think the design language is what really sets a lot of people apart, because a lot of knife makers and even knife companies, you know, they work in the same materials. You know, you see the same materials used over and over and over again. You see the same color palettes, but you can get very unique experiences from each designer just based solely and simply on their design language. And that's one of the things that I think is really fascinating,
yeah,
because the same ingredients make, you know, a completely different soup, you might say.
yeah, absolutely. And it's very much like an individual style. And I mean, even down to like the type of media that you use to stonewash and blast. Like I made my stonewasher acquisition based on your recommendation, and it gives me a very different appearance than some other makers, you know. And I love to pull on that thread. I mean, when I was coming up in knives, it was right around Tashi's heyday with all of the different designs that he was distributing.
Yeah.
And I know that other people have done that too, and other people have done it since. But I really enjoy that collaborative effort, and I've done a couple projects, and sometimes I like to hit it back. Like I did a collaboration with Jensen Bergman, and he sent me a finished knife and then a blank of mine that he had modified, and I kind of leaned into his style. I added my little notes, but you know, I was able to. I kind of copied him in a lot of ways to push my skills and see if I could emulate a little bit of what he was doing. I don't know. I think I showed you that one with the. It had Westinghouse vintage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like it was just an inlay with the white liners and then the black burlap on it. Um, it was a very cool build.
Yeah, definitely. And those vintage materials, you can get all sorts of stuff out of them. I regret not picking up some of the vintage materials I could have in the past.
Yep.
I mean, I've got a fairly decent stash of old materials, but I passed on some really good stuff that I could have gotten at a bargain.
Yep.
Just because my head wasn't in the game at the moment.
Yep. Absolutely. I was just doing some shopping today for handle materials. Somebody posted up some like F1 racing carbon fiber, and it was long gone, but I was like, ooh, that would be fun. Like
Yeah.
it'd be fun to make a knife with that. I take a lot of inspiration from car culture. So you know, all the different racing teams. I have like my favorites. I wouldn't call myself a car guy, but I really like to pull from that as well. So, you know, HKS is obviously my acronym, and there's a racing team called HKS. And yeah, so I kind of lean into that on occasion,
Yeah.
the boxy 2000 style. So,
Well, you should probably keep your eyes peeled at some point for some teal handle material, because I'm sure at some point Marissa's going to be like, Ryder, make me a teal handle knife.
yeah, yeah. I'll have to. I did see some. I've seen like Tiffany blue come up a couple of times, but it was probably. I know I've seen it because JRW does a ton with that Tiffany
Yeah.
blue, like teal kind of colorway, and Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out for it. I just like to get, when I see a handle material, sometimes the build comes next, and
Right.
so it's like I might base a build off of the handle material itself, and that's always a fun. I mean, it's something that I can do with like customs.
Yeah.
Um,
Very cool.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times handle material can absolutely inspire a design.
yeah.
So let's see what we got going on in the chat here. Matthew says, we're laughing with you. And then says, I say, give me a hammer, I can fix it. I think that's just about everybody. And then he says, where is the paper printout of the soul break? Obviously, that's some inside information I don't know about.
Yeah. That, I think that might be top secret, Matthew. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about that. No, it's not me. I don't make a soul breaker, but it is a cool thing coming down the pipeline for another brand that we're both following. So super secret squirrel stuff. No.
And we have Ground Fog saying hi. Glad to have you with us, Ground Fog. And Rolf saying hi to Ground Fog. So I kind of want to open this up right now to our viewers to see if there's any questions they have for you about your work or collection, or if they want to see any of the stuff you kind of listed off that you have in your collection. Everybody, don't hesitate to ask to see anything he's willing to show within reason. We are YouTube.
Yeah.
Can't get too party wild here.
I'm just looking around me for all the cool stuff that I got laying around. We covered a lot. Gus, have a good one, man. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate you showing support.
Thank you for joining us, Gus. It was great to have you here with us.
I see that Matthew's asking what design is next. Yeah, I mean, I think that I have a bunch of designs that I need to model up, and I'm helping some buddies out with some CAD stuff. But this one's probably the one that'll come to fruition the fastest. I want to squirrel away some of these for Blade Show and really like launch the product around that time. I've been putting in orders and stuff. So, I mean, within like a week or two, I should be able to start working on some of the blanks and maybe getting some of that heat treat done, especially if it's like warm enough to fire up the forge and go outside and do all that stuff. Yeah, I have a bunch of designs I want to make up. I've got an EDC Tonto inspired by my Dirty Bird collab. I had a phone call with Dirty Bird yesterday, just checking in and talking about stuff. He was giving me some W2 Hamon advice. And this is a sand my blade that he did.
Very nice.
Yeah. Super happy with that. He's another maker that it definitely inspires my work.
Oh yeah. They're good guys over there.
Oh yeah. He's been tooling up. I hope he can launch some stuff soon, because it's going to be exciting. Other than that, I mean, we got a bunch of Striders. This one's the FWP Digicam trademark camo. Nice. It actually says Strider all over the knife.
Oh,
and
very
then
cool.
It's got the FWP on there, and then the standard Digi. Oh, I actually do have some camo. I totally forgot. So this is my Arctic Night camo that I did on this PT.
Oh, very cool.
and I don't know if you can see it, but there's like kind of a golden color. There's some purple and blues in there, some black.
On the camera, it's coming through mostly like earth tones.
Really? All right. Let me get a light on this. We'll just pull this out real quick and see if we can see that better. Maybe you can kind of see what we got cooking. But this is a. Go ahead.
And you did that with a laser?
Yes.
Very cool.
You can see the purple
nice.
and gold. Yeah. So I designed this camo in-house. I kind of worked off of an existing pattern, but I really went to town on it. And, you know, this is my little modified PT. I mean, I did all the mod work. So I contoured the scales. I did the camo, of course, after a bead blast. And then I made it into a warnie.
Very cool.
Yeah, fun stuff. Very proud of that one, and I totally forgot it's the only example of my camo I have sitting around the shop right now. So
yeah, I've seen your camo on some of your Instagram and Facebook posts, and you know, I really like it. It's a really cool aspect to your work.
Yeah, it's super fun, and it just adds a little bit to the knife. So Rolf, I'm glad you like the grinds, man. I really enjoy doing fancy grinds. You know, this one was a bit of a challenge. That
Oh yeah,
we got the dual plunge, and this one I'm probably going to go and clean it up because I wanted to leave it rough, but it came out a little rougher than I'd like around the plunge line. And then this is easy. This is the hard part.
right.
And then I do these
Very
fullers
cool.
by hand, you know, grinding on the machine. So
Very cool. Yeah, I mean, for your work, it's very, very impressive, and I think you've got, you know, a design, like we've talked about, a design language that stands out from a lot of the rest of the market. So
thank you.
I think that's one of the hardest things for a company or a knife maker to achieve is something that's unique. I mean, knives have been around for thousands of years. Designs have been done and redone over and over again. And so it's kind of like reinventing the wheel, and it's really hard to make yourself stand out amongst everything. And, you know, not every maker is going to do it every time. And, you know, I think very few makers do it with their entire design language.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a gift and a curse. I mean, I've got a lot of little details on a lot of my knives that make it challenging at times to finish them out. You know, like I hand turn my hardware, you know, with a drill and the belt sander, and you know, not from scratch. I buy pre-made pivot blanks and then I machine them out. But you know, it's I don't know. It's just I've dreamt about making knives since I was 13 years old, and so now that we're doing it, you know, I put the pedal to the metal and just have fun with it. Kind of lean into the stuff that I like. Try to keep some of that language, and I don't know. It just I've been shocked at how well it's like kind of worked together. You know, even when I break out and try to do something different, I always find a way to make it back to like my design language. So I've been super happy, and I always surprise myself. Like sometimes I'll just catch myself like, is this real? Like,
Right.
Yeah.
So you guys, we just went under a tornado watch here.
Oh boy.
So and it's supposed to be getting bad starting about 9:45 my time. So if I go poof, then you guys know why. So But anyway, continue. I'm just letting you guys know.
Okay.
I'm looking for a message in the chat here real quick. I saw it scroll by and I wanted to pull it up. Oh, here we go. Welcome, Stacy Bolster Blades. And she says, hi there, Marissa. She caught you right as you were coming back.
Oh, hello, Stacy. Welcome back. Glad to have you here as always. I especially enjoy your Instagram posts. So a lot of them I've got some good laughs out of. So yeah. Yes, I creep all of y'all's IGs. So just so you know.
Yeah, as soon as we figure out what your guys' IGs are, you know, or stumble across one of you, we're both sitting up there like, ooh, what are they posting?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Rolf. I appreciate it. I like the intricate grind. So thank you.
Oh,
and welcome back, Jim. Glad to have you here.
Welcome back, Jim. Always awesome to have you around.
Oh, no, sorry to hear, Stacy. I know, I mean, people a little bit further north of us have been getting a lot of flooding. So just please stay safe. You guys, your lives are more important than us. So if you have to get somewhere safe, please do so. And just let us know that you're okay.
And we got Lemmy. Oh.
I think we clicked at the same time.
Yeah.
We can do that, Lemmy. It's not an issue for us at all.
Yeah, I was doing okay till I saw your post. Then it was like, now I'm thinking about food.
I've had some Reese's peanut butter cups since I've been on the live before you came in, Lemmy. And I mentioned also before you came in that I had some fried Mississippi catfish. And then I had fries and some coleslaw with it. That's what I had for dinner before I came on the live. So, and I think Kelly must be off eating her shrimp and clam strips.
Yeah.
So what's on the menu, Lemmy? You tell us.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Louie. Glad to have you here.
Welcome back.
And it's fine if you just want to alert. We're all learning a lot tonight. We're being educated.
Yep, we've got the knife TED Talk going.
Yes.
This is the dream, I love talking shop. I like to share what I'm working on. And I found that that's something that's universal in knives. Like, there's very few people that are like, nope, won't give you any info. Like, you're my competitor. Most people are like, yeah, sure, this is how I do it. I'm not going to copy them word for word anyway. I'm going to try and throw my spin on it. So, I really enjoy this part of being a knife maker, is like being able to talk about all the cool stuff that, we get to do and come across, and it's a blast. So.
Yeah, I think anymore, a lot of people share because it keeps this going and keeps it alive. And I think there's, for the most part, and I won't say entirely, but for the most part, I think there's some honor amongst knife makers that, if it's something, you figure out that somebody's doing that's really kind of trademarked to their work, then, you're discreet about it, but otherwise, if it just keeps it all, the knife making moving forward, I think
you just take it and run wild with it.
Yeah. And I think people are cool about that.
Yeah. And we've discussed this numerous times on our lives about how so many people do, share with other knife makers their, their tips and their tricks and everything. And just alone from doing in the shop episodes,
mm-hmm.
I've learned a lot just from doing those, because it's like there's the same process,
yeah,
to making them, but it's like everyone has a different style of, even grinding and, just different things. And so I've enjoyed being able to see that for myself. And all the people like Mr. JD's the one we did the most recent episode on. That man is so full of knowledge and, just so much to share with others, and has absolutely no problem saying, yeah, no, this is how you do it, or this is how I do it. And, I think that's a great thing. But, as going back to what you said, Marshall, about the trademark and whatnot, yeah, that's stuff you got to kind of, stay away from. But yeah, people shouldn't be stingy.
Right.
Yeah, no. We're all learning, and so yeah.
Yep. And we've got Jim saying, oh geez, people are still being jerks and not sharing info. Oh, come on. Jim, I think it's a lot more rare than back, when you wrote your books, and probably for a while after. Nowadays, it's more like a new process comes out and somebody doesn't want to share it, but it ends up leaking out pretty quick because they're going to share it with their buddy, and then their buddy shares it with their buddy. And, fast forward a few weeks, you got a dozen different people doing it. But it still happens. I don't think it's just anywhere near as common.
Well, I think honestly that Jim's the one that kind of like broke things loose for that. It's like, these are things that you should already be knowing how to do. You shouldn't keep the stuff to yourself. And I mean, like, we've stated before that his books have just helped like millions of people. So, he set the precedent for that. He was like, all right. And yeah, even knife makers themselves have learned, from that. It's like Herman Schneider, look how great he was. And he was willing to like mentor you and share, Bill Herndon, all of those. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's a great thing.
I think this is a great like point to dig in on. One, like my personal approach to this is I see something that I am interested in. I'll send chats to makers, and sometimes they just don't respond because it's like I'm just like very quickly, I'm like sliding the DMs. How'd you do that? What's this? Not even to copy it necessarily or to use it, but just like, I want to know how you did that, or I think I know how you did that. And I have a similar idea that I want to kind of run with. And sometimes they'll get back to me like 3 months later, like, oh dude, I'm so sorry. Here you go. Sometimes they don't get back, and, people are busy. Some of these big brands just don't have the time that a small maker like I do has. I will say, I think that a lot of the stinginess about stuff comes from that, like, too much business. They're so worried, I mean, I'm sure everybody's seen like some of the lawsuits that'll come out, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, you can't trademark, a word that's been used forever. You can't do this. Like, it's just silly. And that's when people are like, trying to be these big CEOs, and that is not knife culture to me. Like the knife community and knife culture is so like so open, and I always try to bring people up. And even if there's something that I'm trying to keep under wraps, if someone asks me about it, I'm normally pretty forthcoming and like, hey, like, this is how I do it. Like, I don't normally tell people that I do how I do my camos, or some of the ways that I do stuff. For the most part, they don't ask, but that's one of those things that I don't know. I reverse engineered it. So like I took an example, and it's just like one of these things that is cautionary. Like when I tell somebody, if they're like especially to like a peer or like a small maker, when they ask me, I'll just be like, hey, like, I don't tell everybody here, like, and sometimes they just don't have the means or capacity. I'm very firmly of the belief, like, knife making can be really difficult. And, I just like to help people out along that journey. It's like anything I can do to help you, do this faster. And it's the same thing that people have given to me. So not a whole lot of gatekeeping, and you know, I tend to be an open book with a lot of that stuff. But, you know, there are little things like that, you know, I won't necessarily write everybody a book, maybe one day, but you know, about like the whole process.
I expect one by next week.
Yeah.
So.
And for me, part of that process is, you know, figuring it out. Like, hey, I'll give you the basics. Like, hey, I do this by laser. How I do that, there's a lot of like nuance and settings and testing in there, but you're going to have to figure it out on your own. And that's what's going to make it unique to you. So like, I'm actively doing you a disservice if I give you every single element. It's not like with heat treating where it has to be done this way. It's like, figure it out, man. Like you'll come up with something cool, you know. And I think that's what a lot of other makers have done for me, is like, they'll give me that like one piece, and then I just misinterpret it and run in a different direction. And then it creates my own unique style. So,
well, like one of the things I've done in the past, you know, I'm pretty open and forward with information on making knives, even if it's something I've figured out on my own. But what I tend to do before relaying any information is, you know, if it's with another knife maker, if they're not a knife maker, I'll tell everybody everything. Marissa's rolled her eyes at me so many times. She's heard so much about knife making, and she's like, and the nakalaka goes to the flakalaka, and yeah, I get
Those are my exact words.
Yeah. But I mean, like, to another knife maker, I have a conversation with them, and when they're asking, I try to push them to think a little bit to see if they can start to stumble on it on their own. And then what I'll share, you know, I kind of try to gauge if they're ready for what they're asking, and I'll maybe try and steer them to a technique that's more in their wheelhouse at that moment. Because if they're not grasping certain aspects of knife making well enough yet, it might be disadvantageous for them to send them into the deep end.
Yeah, there's definitely like this honor system amongst knife makers. And, you know, I always just try to do right. Like if somebody ever reached out to me and was like, hey, like, you know, you copied my style or whatever, like unintentionally or whatnot, you know, I like to think that we would have a conversation about it. Like, hey, dude, like, I'm so sorry, you know, like, let's figure this out, you know, and get to the bottom of it. Maybe we kind of came to the same idea under different circumstances, but you know, it's that community aspect, like having a conversation versus like a cease and desist. You know, it's like, let's talk and you know, get to the bottom of this, and everybody can be happy, you know. So
definitely.
Oh yeah. Matthew says a sense of honor, referring back to the conversation we're having. And Jeff had a question for you, Ryder. He said, do you make the knife for the Rangers, and which one is it?
When you say Rangers, do you mean like park rangers, like here in Alaska, or do you mean like Rangers in the military?
Military.
Okay. Is Jeff a Ranger?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
No, he's actually retired law enforcement.
Okay, cool. So I don't really talk about the work that I do with soldiers yet. And that's all very like intentional. Not that it's a ton or any of it's like groundbreaking. It's just like it's my personal code. If I was going to make a knife for a Ranger, it would probably be something like my Pike T model, you know, which I have a couple of different versions. And I have this thing that, you know, was really something that came about when I was coming up in the community. Like if service people reach out to me, I kind of want to put them to the front of the list. And that's just you know, respect thing, and you know, knowing that I'm just honored when I can make knives for people that do these really tasking jobs. And you know, it just feels right. So I don't make a knife for the Rangers, certainly not opposed to doing one in the future. But I don't have a specific model. I'm pretty new to this, and I have made a couple of knives for service members, and they tend to gravitate towards that pike T.
Yeah, that one is nice too.
Thank you.
Lemmy says, I've been told that I am full of something too. It wasn't knowledge though. Good to know, Lemmy. Most of us are.
I hear that.
And Mr. Jim says, it'll leak like a screen door if anyone tells me anything. I hear you there. He also says, now there are some things I will not share that are way too hazardous to do, like traditional HG gilding.
And I wish Marshall was here, because I actually don't know anything about that. And I'm not sure I want to if it's super dangerous. You know, I picked up some zirconium a while back, and that stuff is sketchy to the point where I just don't even want to use it. You know, spontaneous combustion, and very flammable, very you know, you have to keep a pretty sterile environment. But I'd be curious to learn more, because I am a sucker for like a cool technique, especially if there's a lot of practicality. The reason I got rid of the Zirc and don't really want to pursue it at this moment in time is it's all just pretty, you know, and so it doesn't. Ooh, yeah, boiling off mercury and amalgam over an open flame. For what end? What purpose? It sounds sketchy, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rolf, referring to like back to the trademark conversation, he said, no, that is not knife culture. It's a bunch of BS. And I agree with that.
Yeah.
He also says, go Army.
I'm fortunate enough that like in my job I get to work with a lot of service members, and it's one of the reasons that I stick around, is because I can have my little element. So I try to be agnostic on my branches, but I didn't serve, so I certainly I like them all. You know, you guys did it, and you're doing it, and
yeah,
I know enough about it being in a military town. You know, we've got we have a base and a post. So we have Eielson Air Force Base, and then we have Fort Wainwright. You know, I've seen the guys that come through, and I've talked to them a lot, and stuff's tough, man. We have a lot of infantry up here, and it's hard. It's a lot.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. And Jeff said, respect that. What you said about, you know, the military and making things for them and keeping things under wrap, and which, you know, I would have to agree with, because you know, that's not something you're hiding, but it's not something that, you know, you really want to put out there. And so
I mean, it's like yeah, and Marshall knows a lot about this, and he might have told you a little bit more, but I'm just working on some stuff. You know, I came up in the 2000s, you know, and so when I got into knife stuff, it was like 2010, and Hinderer was only exclusively for you know, service members almost at one point. You know, Strider had an NSN at one point. There's a lot of companies that kind of were doing those government contracts and stuff, and so it's just always been a part of the culture for me, and I'm very honored when I can give back, and it has been limited so far, but you know, I've given away quite a few knives just to get some feedback on. So
yeah, well, I honestly hope that, you know, like the military side of it does become bigger for you. Because, you know, I think that's such a great thing that you can do as a company, even on its own, you know, to do that for our servicemen and women. So, yeah, I hope that grows and
Me
goes
too.
somewhere, for you. Yeah.
Me too. It's definitely an interest of mine, and I go out of my way when I can.
Yeah.
But it's been limited, so I know I'm being vague, and I'm not trying to make it sound more cool than it is. Like it's just one of those things. Like I definitely don't want to make a name off anybody else's back, and I'm not big enough to do that, so I don't promote it. But it is something I'm
Yeah.
very interested.
Well, I'm going to promote it for you because I mean, you make some amazing knives. You truly do. And just in the Facebook group alone, I see like the reaction that you get to them and everything. And that's one of the reasons why, when Marshall and I were talking about bringing you on here and everything is, we want you to get that exposure because it's like more people need to know about, what you do and whatnot. And there's some mad skill in there. And I know as knife makers, you guys tend to doubt yourselves in a lot of elements. But yeah.
Yeah, no, the
So
imposter syndrome hits hard, and
yeah.
I have to balance it sometimes because I grew up like 2015 is when I got to handle my first custom and went to my first show, and I'm in the same room as Rexford, and Rexford makes an impeccable knife, and it shows in his pricing. And so and I don't bother myself with the Rexford stuff. I recognize his skill, but I don't even want to look at him because it's like I know I'll never be able to afford one. But all of those makers that go to those shows, their work is impeccable, and so I kind of measure myself to those standards, and that can be super challenging to balance because some of those guys have been doing it 20 years, and they're really good, and I'm not. I just strive for that level of perfection, but it's one of the hardest things to grapple with because it's like I know what's possible, and I know what people expect, and I know what I expect out of myself. And when it's not going right, it's tough.
Yeah, it can almost, when you look up
Yeah.
to the makers that you came up on, it can almost at times be a demotivating factor. Like, oh, I'm never going to get there. And I can tell you, I'm 20 plus years into knife making, and I still struggle with it. I look at.
Yes, we have many talks about that with, Marshall and I. And he'll see somebody's work that has been making knives, a lesser amount of time than he has, and he's like, man, I wish I had that level of perfection. I wish I had that level of skill. And I was like, and he's like, man, I'm envious. I want to be able to do that. And I was like, but why would you be? It's like, we're all talented in our own different ways and whatnot. So, I just tell him all the time, I was like, you do you focus on you, if you can learn from, what they're doing or whatever, then so be it. But it's like, even outside of knives, whatever craftsmanship, or, that we have or whatever, we doubt our own selves anyway. So, but I'm constantly having to like smack Marshall a couple times. It's like, no, and I tell him the same thing I just told you, you've got mad skills. And it's like, and I understand because I'm a perfectionist myself, and the things that I do, they have to be perfect or I'm going to lose my mind. And, you're going to see me throw a fit, throw it across the room and be like, no. But it's like, I think that's part of what being, for you guys being a knife maker, because I haven't met one yet that doesn't tend to be a perfectionist. So it's like, I think that kind of helps that drive, to keep getting at it and keep getting at it to get it right and whatnot. But yeah. And then of course, I think I saw Matthew say it, we're our own worst critics. So, it's, but
I know I've made hundreds of knives, and I think I've only really liked 2 of them. All the rest, I'm like, why am I putting it out there in the world?
Well, that's like I've told Marshall, you know, and he's like, man, I'm not happy with this. I'm like, go get your banana knife. Go get your banana knife and tell me that this isn't like 1,000 times better than your first knife. So
she's not talking
don't ask
about
me to do it.
the Wraith, is she?
No, she's talking. Let me go grab it. Well, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know the only one that I've seen that has that banana shape is your crazy grind. It's called the Wraith, right?
Yeah, but we're not talking about the Wraith. Hold on one second.
All right.
Yeah, no, this one was his. I figured he would have shown it to you. It was his first attempt. Yes, Matthew, the banana knife.
Jim, what you were stationed at Wainwright? Marissa, you said he's law enforcement or retired?
Jim Hersolis.
Yeah.
No, that was Jeff. That's retired law enforcement. Sorry. Jim Hersolis is the one that wrote all the bladesmithing books and
all
that.
Yeah, I should.
Yes.
I'm terrible with names, and like, I wish it's just a J and there's two J's. I'm like, okay, yeah. No, yeah, Wainwright is about 30 minutes from me. Or I'm sorry, no, Wainwright is in town. Eielson is 30 minutes from me. But yeah, I used to deliver pizzas on base, and you know, I got to talk to a lot of the guys in the barracks, and you know, we get a lot of fresh recruits, and I was around their age. You know, I was like 20. I was probably 20. And I'd go out there and deliver pizzas to these guys, and yeah, late nights, you know, 2 a.m. driving on base, trying not to get pulled over by MPs, and yeah.
So here's the banana knife she's talking about.
Aha!
My very first attempt at forging a blade, and this was a railroad spike at one time, and it was forged on a piece of railroad rail with a little horseshoers barrier forge, and on a barbecue propane tank. And so, yeah, this is what I sometimes I go back. I always keep this handy because when I start doubting myself, I go back and I look at this mangled banana-shaped piece of steel. It reminds me how far I've come over the years, and and that definitely does help. But yeah. So whenever you hear the banana knife, this is the banana knife, because I didn't understand about pre-bending yet.
Rolf says you're about to have a lot more military coming your way real soon.
Rolf, I appreciate it, man. Have them reach out to me. Like, if somebody just shoots me a message and is like, how do I get a knife? I'm going to tell you to wait. And I'm going to say, hey, you know, like, you know, join the Facebook group, join my email list, you know, we'll get you one. If somebody reaches out to me and says, hey, I'm in the military, how's life? That's a different conversation. And so I'm happy to work with those guys. And like I said, it's a matter of like principle for me. I try to push y'all to the top of the list. I obviously don't want to sacrifice my other clients and stuff, but if I can get you a knife quick, I want to try and do that. And I know we've been talking a lot here, but I still very much consider myself very new and very much still figuring it out and trying to see what works, and trying to get all my processes down. So like, there's times when I'm really fast at making knives, and then there's times where it takes me months to get anything out the door. But no, I appreciate that. And just let them know, like, drop me a line and let me know that you're a service member, and we'll see what we can do for you, and work on a build. So
yeah, that's really cool. And Matthew was like, Ryder's like, who, me? And Caleb said, definitely got skill. Adventure 50. The knife community is far kinder than the guitar community. Every guitar builder thinks they know more than anyone else. They also think that what they do is better than anyone else. Yeah.
There's a lot of humility in the knife community, and that's one of the things I like with makers. And most are pretty open to share techniques and tips. And I won't say everything's 100% forthcoming on it, but a lot more so than other, artisan and craftsman worlds.
There's so much that goes into making just a single knife, and doing it well, I should say. There are a lot of like homebrew guys, and they're not like a part of the culture yet, and I think this world that Marshall and I exist in is like that. I don't know about other places, I would hope that it's similar. But yeah, I just, like I said earlier, I think it's one of those things, like, I know how difficult it can be, especially to like make a living. And like, I just think I've gotten so much help, it would be a disservice not to try and give back. So I'm very eager. If you ever ask me a question, I will write you like a couple paragraphs depending on how complex the problem is. And it helps me be a better knife maker. And I also bother other makers for that. Like even new guys that you can tell they've just started, and some of these guys are phenomenal out the gate. Like, it's insane. It drives me nuts. I'm like, like, how did you do that? Like, and I'll ask them, because it's like, it doesn't matter how long you've been doing this. Like, you've got skill or you figured something out. I want to know, and then I want to tweak it and make it work for me. And I will always hit that back. If somebody asks me about something or wants to collaborate, I'm normally pretty open to that stuff. So that's what it's all about. It's like its own subgenre of the knife. EDC is like makers kind of helping each other out, and I really like that aspect. So.
Yeah. And we have Stacy said that she's stressing over a flooded basement, but not much I can do about it. Weather is bad here all day. Stacy, just continue to be safe, and then please let us know if you do need anything at all.
Stacy based out of?
I think she said North Carolina, but she'll correct me if I'm wrong. And Jim, this is for you, Ryder.
Doing it for 50 years plus. I've seen folks come and seen folks go. If you have that fire in your belly and stay with it, you'll be surprised at how far you can go. Yeah. Thanks, Jim. And I like to think I have the fire. It's kind of what I was going on about earlier when we were having that tech conversation. Like, I'm not tech savvy, but when I have an idea, I can be pretty persistent on it, and I'm willing to spend the time and the energy to figure it out. And I always try to push myself, even sometimes unintentionally. I hope that I have it. And I hope that I can make this work. I'm doing a lot right now to try and get to go full time, and we're a long ways off, but I have my goals, and I'm doing the business stuff too, which is my least favorite part at this point in time. I just like making knives.
Yeah. Oh, I get that fully too.
Marshall, this is for you.
Fook, I've been lurking a while, but how do we win this banana knife? Sorry, Fook, this banana knife isn't going anywhere. It's staying with me. I did
send him some railroad ties, and he'll make one just like it for you.
I'm being volunteered here. But yeah, I mean, I technically have some knife attempts that predate this. Not many, maybe 2. But this is the oldest, closest to original attempt at a knife that I can lay my hands on. The others have gotten lost over the years. No clue where they went. One I know disintegrated. It was trying to do an obsidian bladed knife, and that went horribly wrong. But yeah, so this is the beginning of my journey into making blades, designing blades, and everything. So it will forever stay with me. Sorry to disappoint.
Fook's going to be so disappointed. But you know what, Fook? You got butt rub, so I don't want to hear it. You'll be okay. Just need some spice in your life. And Mr. Jim said, I am a retired military Leo. 32 years of service. Well, thank you for your service, Mr. Jim.
Yeah, it's I I think about those guys when it gets cold, and I won't talk too much about it, but I was talking to some local guys here that were doing an exercise, and the guy that I was talking to was like, not an entry level, and he was like, I hope it gets cold. I hope we get that 40 below snap they've been predicting, because they're out there camping at 40 below, and I'm like, ooh, like I can only imagine doing, PT or getting up at 6 a.m. and going out there and just standing at attention in the cold for any amount of time. It's brutal up here. So Jim, I'd be really curious about your stories there, because they don't really talk about it. I think it's just pretty normal for them. But yeah, he was like, I hope it gets cold. We're going out there doing a force on force exercise, and he was like, yeah, I hope it gets sucky for them. It'll be fun. And I was like, ah, man, that's brutal.
Some people are just.
And Marshall, Jim says your banana knife isn't really that bad. He's seen a lot
Thank
worse.
you, Jim. I'm proud of it in the sense of, at the time I made this, I literally had a piece of railroad rail, a couple of railroad spikes, and a forge, and nothing else to make a knife with. I held the railroad spike with a pair of extra large vice grips and some channel locks, trying not to burn my hand. And I used a framing hammer to forge it out. So, I mean,
hey, if there's a will, there's a way.
I'm proud of what I did with what I had. And I'm very proud of.
Caleb said it's a reverse sickle.
Yeah.
Caleb, I like the way you
and
think,
that kind of reminds
I've been
me.
seeing it with an edge on the backside. Every time I look at it, I'm like, no, you hold it this way, like it goes this direction.
Mm-hmm. It kind of reminds me of like when Casey Lund was telling us about how he first started making his first forge. I mean, and his knives. It's like just about every knife maker has some kind of hilarious story. Like, I was collecting everything I could and just melting everything. No knowledge of stills or just.
That's like Gavco, back in the day on YouTube doing knife making tutorials as he's figuring things out on his kitchen floor, and
I think at one point he was grinding. So I didn't know this about Gavco, but he didn't have a space to grind. So I think he's in like a Brooklyn water closet, and he put up like Visqueen, and then he was grinding on an angle grinder, like with sandpaper, and grinding his knives like that in a closet.
Oh, wow.
And not only is that super sketchy, but Gavco is one of my like my first hero in knife making. Like he was one of the ones that I found really early on, and like kind of brought me into the EDC game. So cool stuff. The other one is Tough Knives.
Very nice.
Oh, wow.
And that very weird, like, style and shape. This one's double edge.
Very cool.
Yeah, thanks.
And Caleb says the knife community is unbelievable. Hands down, some of the nicest people. I agree. And it's been that way for a really long time. I think it's had some struggles here and there with some of the complexities that social media add to it. But it seems to kind of balance itself back out and get back to the good-hearted nature of the community. But every once in a while, you get those feuds, and then you get fanboys sometimes that got to throw fuel on any fire.
Danger.
Welcome back, Robert.
Welcome back.
Blind Woo says just came in from plowing, shoveling, snow blowing. Again, that's going to be nonstop. Blind.
Are you guys getting like a winter front moving through, like a second wind, or I don't know about you lower 48?
Yeah, it's just another Arctic blast,
Vortex.
polar,
Yeah,
Arctic, whatever they call it, polar narked it, whatever. Yeah, and it just came through. We had one like 2 or 3 days ago, and now here's another one.
Yeah, I saw something on the news. They're saying that the one hitting now is like the 10th one of this year so far.
Really?
Yeah.
Gee, I don't pay that much attention. We've had snow since October, and that's typical. We did get a freak storm the other day where it was like freezing rain, and that made driving really difficult. But like, I was driving home yesterday, and like, you just learn how to drift. Like that's pretty like it's a very Alaskan, and I've heard it so many times. I don't know. I'm sure they do this in the like northern Midwest, like Wisconsin, Minnesota, but my dad took me out to a parking lot, and he's like, okay, like, we're gonna drive, and then you're gonna slam on the brakes, and you're gonna figure out how to control it, and then we're gonna do some donuts, and then we're gonna kind of drift around corners. And it certainly saved my life a couple of times, because I've done like full on spins, driving around with like, maybe my tires are a little bit worn out and it's icy, and like at 40 miles an hour, like going sideways, and then how to correct, and like, I would never do it again on purpose, but it was some Jimmy Connor stuff, like Ken Block, like it was scary. I was actually drifting into oncoming traffic, and I somehow recovered. It's incredible. Like I wish I could articulate, like, I was in a truck, and my truck is going down the highway, and I think I just hit a spot of black ice. I'm going 40 miles an hour, and I come out to the side, and somehow I managed to, like, keep, like, I threw it back and forth a couple of times before I like stabilized, and then I was able to slow down and take my corner.
Are you using the ASGEIR as your truck?
Yeah. I had to grab it because I didn't have it for the first part, and I wanted to walk through some of these details at some point. So I've been just playing with it. But yeah, this is the orientation of my truck, So.
Yeah. Real quick, Lance said, I used the Hot Daddy rub on chicken the other night. It was good. It wasn't as spicy as I expected. The flavor is definitely there. Well, glad you enjoyed it. Rolf said, that's not camping, that's survival training.
Yeah.
And Jim said, looks like it worked. And Fook is going to bed. Have a good night, Fook. Glad you hung out with us. Caleb, he said, I'm almost done with my leaf spring knife, I think. Been using my grandma's pottery kiln and a cheap Amazon propane forge making some acrylic handles, hopefully tomorrow. And help with gadgets. Glad you're here. And congratulations on your 1K.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Mr. Jim says, well, it's getting late. I am up at dark 30 tomorrow, so good night. Have a great night, Jim. And Matthew says, Alaskan Drift.
I saw that one. And I was like, I might have to name a model the AD or, call it the Drift. And, I don't know. I do like my cars. And I think I mentioned it earlier. One of you was gone, I think. It was that I pull a lot from car culture, like HKS and, the Hartley hooligans is kind of what I've been calling my group. And, kind of comes from that.
Yeah. And Gnarly Charlie says, the knife community reminds me of the skateboarding community in the sense that we are devoted to a simple object that requires skill, commitment, and creative application. A simple tool creates magic.
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
Anything that like goes beyond that, like budget option, they're cheap skateboards. As soon as you get into that like artisanal side of things, I think it just changes. And like, I think people get a lot cooler when it's like as much an art as it is a business, and there's something there. So
yeah. Yep. So what did you want to critique on the ASGEIR, or did you want to still use
I wanted to go over some of these details because I think like one of the things that strikes me about Marshall's like ability, and I know you've moved away from the knife making, but there's so many little like concepts in here. I think I've told you before, it reminds me a lot of like Foster SoCal style with the like, smooth chamfer, like that goes, the contour that goes all the way down. And even some of these lines, I love this clip style. Like this is just perfect. And the way that everything kind of flows, right? You've got your pocket clip that follows the angle of the spine of the knife. I mean, look at this. The way that the back spacer like goes down, and so that you're not catching your finger on it when it comes back, but you have a full length back spacer. The fact that you've got these little cutaways for the flipper tab when you land, like there's so many little details in this, and this is a production knife. Like I've seen similar stuff. I don't know where it is. I have a knife somewhere that like has a lot of these features, but it's like a high-end production knife, and I have like customs that feature some of these details, and then I have other knives where they just didn't bother to think about any of this stuff at all. The fact that you've got the inlays, and I've seen some of the prototypes and the way that those were tweaked to be more optimized, there's just so many little details on here. This little cutout like is such a smart addition to sort of slim down the knife with this banana style, and it just allows for your pinky to rest in there. I think a lot of people, when you get into those banana knives, like where they have that the handle that kind of swoops like this,
right?
It kind of pushes your pinky too far out, and I don't know how intentional that was, but it's just a nice like accent to the knife that adds machining time, and you've got a very complex bevel here to like have rounded out. I'm super impressed with what I see, and that's just the handle. I mean, the blade and the way this flows, and I know your whole style with this is modeled after like a spear or a lance,
Right.
so you put them together. yeah, the like, I think this is one of my favorite parts is like this symmetry between these 2 points, how the blade is at the same level as the handle when it comes back out on the other side. You know, so many little details in this knife, and it's affordable. And, you know, like, I'm honestly a little surprised, especially looking at it live, like how many little details you guys were able to fit into this, on a production knife for your first one. You know, it's really impressive, and it speaks to, you know, all of that time, you know, all the times we've been at shows, and you know, I see anytime Marshall gets a new knife, he just does one of these and looks it over, and he's giving it the business.
Yeah.
You know, it really shows, and I just I have a tremendous amount of like admiration for the level of like thinking that went into this knife. Do you guys still have some available?
Yes.
Okay.
And a lot of people, you just mentioned a secret about our ASGEIR that a lot of people don't know.
Oh shoot.
Oh no, it's we have been waiting for people to figure it out.
Okay.
But if you take 2 ASGEIRs and put them together, what do you get?
A spear. Which way does
You
it go?
actually
Is it
get the
this one?
spear.
Yeah.
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 I
Yeah.
like.
I can actually demonstrate it.
Here, click that.
When you put the flipper tabs together and bring the points together, you get the profile of a Norse spearhead.
Yeah.
Nice.
So,
You know what? Like, and this is gonna be out of left field, and I'm just firing from the hip.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a sturgeon, like the fish.
Mhm.
oh yeah, I can see that.
And I think it's just something about this, like the way this like tip like so abruptly drops off, and yeah, just I don't know. The sturgeon is one of my favorite fish. It's just cool. But yeah, no, I'm very impressed, and I'm excited to see what comes next. I mean, I know that we've talked quite a bit about you know, some of the plans for the future, and I don't know how much you guys are willing to talk about, but I know that a lot of that stuff will get carried over into the carried away, no, carried into whatever comes next, and I think I'm very excited.
Caleb, I heard Viking music when he put the 2 together.
Yeah.
In Adventure 50, I thought when 2 ASGEIRs got together, that's how you made little ASGEIRs. That's when 2 ASGEIRs get together, they make little ASGEIRs. We all know the toddler phase.
Yeah.
But yeah, and everybody pretty much knows because the ASGEIRs that we have out now are a limited run. We've been approached about, continuing the run, but we gave our word to those who wanted, one of a kind, the limited edition. So we're not going to continue after the last one is sold. That's it of these. But we are in the works of coming out with version 2 of the ASGEIR, and that will be unlimited. So and it'll be the same, but it's going to be different too. So
yeah, there'll be significant differences. We've been kicking around some tweaks that are going to make it a different knife with the same profile, but it'll be a different knife.
Hear me out. You make it bigger, right? Fatter, Tonto, and then
him and that Tonto.
I like my Tontos.
The Ton curve.
Yeah, the Ton curve. Somebody just tried to join my Facebook group, and they said what their favorite model was, the Ton curve one that you showed. So now I feel like I just maybe I stumbled into something here.
Hey, you never know. I mean, literally, you could put one out there with that name, and next thing you know, you got other makers doing something similar and calling it the Ton Curve, and you just gave birth to a new blade pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that shape. I want to try it on a different, bigger
Adventure
model.
50 said, that was me.
Thank you, Adventure. Glad to have you. We're also saying Tonto ASGEIR. I'm telling you guys, have Marshall mock me up one like a blank, and then let me go crazy on the grinds, and I'll draw it for him. I can't make a folder yet, but we'll fatten it up. We'll make it a little longer. We'll add a choil, and then it's gonna have like a lot more chamfering, right? I love this rounded aesthetic, but
You're about the hard angles.
Yeah, I love my hard angles. This way that it folds down, like
it seems like everyone is voting for the Tonto for the ASGEIR too.
We can possibly work that out,
Marshall, I will offer you free consulting on this matter.
Oh, okay. I'm very gracious.
All right, let's see. We need to have Matthew, Caleb, Barbie. Who else said Tonto? We need to have them all in the ASGEIR version 2 session.
I'm thinking we actually need to do a Ton Curve ASGEIR.
A Ton Curve. Oh, that would be sick.
Yeah.
And I've already got your name. You just call it the Sturgeon, or I don't know if there's the Sturgeon is so cool to me because it's got the armor scaling. If you've ever seen one, I don't want to ruin your brand. I name most of my models after fish. Or not fish. Well, I have the pike, obviously, which is named after the northern pike. I have the TWR, which is the Toothwalker regular. It's named after the walrus. And then I have the flashbang, which started as just a code name as the banger. And then it became the flashbang because I thought it looked like, the ring on a flashbang. And the idea with some of my designs is like it's a get away from me quick, like defensive sort of tool, so it's like a shock and awe. So I've been leaning into that, and I like this sort of form factor. I didn't make that, by the way. That's breach bang clear, and something they did for SHOT Show. It's a flask, but yeah.
Thank you, Barbie.
So
I feel love now.
The Sturgeon, you could call it the SW, the Sturgeon Warrior, or some sort of scaled armor, right? And Fat Tonto, I'll draw one as soon as I get off here. I'm looking for my sketchbook here. Can I show a sketch if I do one? You guys keep talking. You got me fired up.
He's like, I want to redesign the ASGEIR.
Yeah. I mean,
Matthew said the Strasgear.
all I need to do is get the people on my side, and then we'll stage a coup. And
they're already getting on your side. You're like Tonto, and they're like, yes.
I don't speak for Legion Steel. I'm just gonna draw something up right now because I think it'd be a fun little.
Just don't ask me to draw anything. You're gonna have a stick knife.
Yeah.
I'll let Marshall do the drawing.
Speaking of drawing, I still have the R. Hartley special here.
Yes.
This is Ryder's personal pen. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still trying to find it.
So, Marshall, definitely hold on to that. That company went out of business, and those are going for quite a bit more these days.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'll have to sell it then, make some.
Yeah, exactly. And it's got the signature on there.
I'll have him sell it to me, Ryder, so that way I can get it back.
Thank you. Don't let him profit off of my brotherhood.
Matthew says the ton curve. Rolf says I'm with Ryder, the Tonto ASGEIR.
Yeah, we can definitely think about a Tonto ASGEIR.
Caleb, Tonto is my favorite blade shape, like the Kershaw Link 1776 profile. I agree, Caleb. Barbie says, yep, Tonto ASGEIR. Matthew, Tonto all the way. Rolf says, we love you, Marshall. Stacy says, me too. I don't know if she meant me too, as in she loves you too.
It's getting kind of weird in here. Yeah, it's getting kind of weird in here.
Well, we love you too, Stacy. Matthew says, we did it. Yes. Barbie says, we love you too, Marissa. I love y'all too. Love you too. I love everybody.
Well, once you hit that
you're
love
still
everybody,
not getting my Reese's.
Once you hit that love everybody, it kind of devalues the love in general, you know?
Yeah. Tonto is one of my top 3 blade shapes.
Nice.
Caleb says, tiger musky with tiger striped titanium scales. And Matthew's like, the Strasgear. Charlie, back in the 80s, skateboards had wild designs. Then the board designs got real simple. Now the two modes have joined with the old styles returning for fun and function. Remember, style counts a lot. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That it does. Roth, Viva la Revolution.
I feel like I've started something that we can't undo at this point, but so I apologize. You know,
Oh, you're fine.
hitting my computer.
Stacy says Tonto, but love y'all. Lemmy, a curved toe blade. No, we'll do a sickle blade. The next task here.
All right, so this is the first sketch.
Let's see your artiste work. Bob Ross on the screen.
Yeah. So we got the recurve and then the double Tonto, but kind of at an upsweep. There's something there, and then the handle I just kind of traced your old one, and then there's extra lines in here, but I might get rid of the choil and try again, because not everything needs a choil.
I'm liking the blade. You guys vote on the blade. Tell me what you think.
I'm thinking we should just get Ryder to design a collaboration piece for Legion Steel at some point.
You already know how I feel about that.
Not to black pill, but I have one Tonto, and that's all I will ever need. I do dig the reverse Tonto modified Warncliffe blades coming out.
Yep.
Charlie said he's team Tonto. Ross said, so when is the pre-order of the Azto?
You should call it the Aztec, right? Like the Aztec warriors, and I don't know.
The Azto. Mental picture deleted.
We started the
Matthew
stream
says
off
yes
with
and
toes,
yes.
and we're finishing with toes.
And then Matt says Azto. We're all questioning that. Oh,
I can just see the future review videos when they're like, Azto? Why did they name what? What is this?
But like, listen, okay. So our viewers were like, we let them vote.
Oh,
there's no telling.
Ryder just hijacked the stream and made it all about. I'm typing things on my computer because I'm drawing on my laptop.
Caleb said blade shape was cool. Help with Gadget said, we're going to let him think for a little while.
Yeah.
He's still shocked that he's got 1,000 subscribers now. So we're going to let him come to and give us his decision. Jim said, call it the...
I can't believe you said that. The
The ear.
I don't know what
Ear.
it says. Ear. It looks kind of like or, but Jim Cox said that is Norse for crazy. Oh, that's perfect.
Yep.
That is
I do
right
like
on point.
that.
Matthew said, we'll definitely get attention.
Oh yeah.
And then Jim said, well, according to Google AI.
I love how
Help with
interactive you all are with us.
Yes. Help with Gadget says, perhaps, I hear like, perhaps, a bit of tweaking of the name there, perhaps.
That was
I agree with
a
you.
That was definitely with a British accent.
Yeah. That was crazy. Yes. ASGEIR minus Tonto equals Asto.
Oh.
You guys are special.
I've started the revolution.
Okay, so we know it's going to have a Tonto blade, and it's going to be renamed to the Asto.
Or the ear.
No, the war, whatever. The hour. I'm good. I'm just going to leave it there. Oh, my word. I seen all like the accents on. I was like, I'm never going to get this.
Yeah. So, Ryder, I do have a question for you for our viewers, so they can get an idea. Typically, what are your price ranges for your knives?
I try
Like,
to stay.
roughly.
Yeah, so I try to stay in the 300 to 400 range, and you'll see outliers in both directions. So, like the whole point with these flashbangs is to have something that's a little bit more affordable, and that I can roll out quickly. With some of my like higher end knives where I'm like going all out, doing all the nightmare grinds, you're gonna see it hit a little bit higher. What's up, Jason? And then but I like that sweet spot. Like the 3D printed knives, I'm shooting for like 300 to 350. On the customs, will be closer to that 400 number, and that'll kind of depend on a lot of things like steel and how they're finished and stuff like that. But that's my general price range these days.
Okay. Yeah, that's really not bad.
No, it's not. Help with Gadget says that Tangier. I like
That's
that.
not bad. That's got kind of an exotic sound.
So we have V2.
Oh, hang on. Let me make you bigger.
So
nice.
This is basically the exact same blade shape as this guy, with a sledge and no hollow, or no fuller. And then this is a pretty standard handle. Honestly, this back portion reminds me of your Goblin, Marshall, just a little bit. The handle needs some tweaking for sure, but I think that general concept between the blade, and then of course you probably have like your logo in here, and a lot of the design elements are exactly the same as the original ASGEIR, except for the
it's just
this is a sketch, but
an ASGEIR a little more
I like that. Yeah, because I like that tactical feel that it has.
Thank you.
We might have to talk after this live.
I'm just having fun. This is like I said, I eat, breathe, and sleep knives. It's just that's what I like to do.
Yep. Hey, Lumi, welcome back.
Hey, Luminous, good to have you back here. Thank you for visiting us all the way from India.
Rolf said, that's it, Ryder. Lumi said, nice sketches. Rolf said, the bottom one. And Matthew said, sold.
Sick.
And Caleb said, okay, definitely something there. And Matthew, man them grinds.
We are Legion.
Yeah.
Yep. Tactical
I do
Rolf
apologize,
approved.
guys. I probably should have done most of that offline, but that was fun.
Oh no, I don't mind doing that with the viewers at all, because we've always told them that we appreciate their feedback. And that's what we want when we come out with our next, not just the next one, but even future designs. So, but we're not going to be like, oh no, this is going to be all us. We want to make something for people that they're going to want and use, and it can be a workhorse. So,
and I think like the fun part about what I just did is like I took something that Marshall had designed and you guys had obviously looked over and worked over. So it's got a little bit of that. But now if you guys take that and sort of start tweaking it to make it fit within Legion's like brand aesthetic and some of the manufacturing things, it'll change quite a bit and clean up a little bit. And like I said, the handle in my head, it needs some work on like what I just did. I have a hard time with handles. For whatever reason, it's just always the bane of my existence. I mean, you see these guys, it's basically the same handle between the TWR and the Pike, just slight differences between them.
yeah.
And yeah, whenever I draw something, I have problems with the handle. Marshall knows from my my folder that the handles always seem to give me the most trouble.
Yeah, but you did good on the design on those.
Thank you.
I remember that plastic template.
Hey, Gareth, welcome back.
Welcome back, Gareth. Glad to have you here.
But yeah, I like having that feedback on the knives and whatnot, and that's how we ended up perfecting the ASGEIR. We sent our prototypes out, and those who truly gave constructive criticism, instead of going, what is this now, and tossing it like they were something special. It's the ones that actually gave the positive feedback on how we could make it better. We listened, we did it, and the ASGEIR was born.
Nice.
So
that's how it should be done. It's obviously more time and more energy into the community, but I think that's what sets like a bigger production company. And I know that you guys are a small production company, but you're also like you're not doing the quantities that I am. So I think of you as like significantly bigger than myself, obviously. And so it's very refreshing to see that approach, because a lot of companies just do their own thing, and it's like, man, like I really don't like that, but you guys got feedback from people in the areas that you didn't have. And I saw the prototypes. They were pretty there, from what I remember. Like, there were a lot of minor tweaks, but you didn't have to like reinvent it. Sometimes you get something in hand and you're just like, this doesn't work,
Did I lose connection?
Yeah, we were.
Am I still here?
Oh,
okay.
No, you're still here. Yeah, we were happy with the ASGEIR. Like you said, it just needed a few tweaks, and sometimes those are hard conversations, because, when you pour a piece of you into things and whatnot, and you start to get the criticism, even when constructive, it can sometimes be hard to soak it all in. But, we worked through it all, and we got lots of great feedback on the design and what some people thought needed to be changed or done slightly differently. And both Marissa and I were incredibly thankful that pretty much everybody that gave the ASGEIR a fair shake, because it did have a couple of things that seriously needed to be improved.
Sorry, I was talking to my monitor.
It's okay. But we're very grateful that, these people that gave us their input, they didn't have a whole lot to share. You know, we were like 90% there on our first round of prototyping.
I was just digging in my backpack looking for my charger, and I found a Tonto pike tucked away.
That's okay. I think I have a few here that you forgot to pack when you left. I know you were leaving me 1 or 2, but I think I got 5 over here.
Oh shit. Oh, sorry.
Welcome back, Nate.
Yeah, I did not mean to leave 5. I didn't remember bringing 5, but no, it does make sense because I thought we might get a chance to work on some. So sorry about that.
Oh no, that's fine. I'll mail them up to you if you want. I'm keeping the 2 that you wanted.
If you have 5, I might actually greatly appreciate having those other ones back because I'm not sure if I'm going to get any more before the show comes around. And so I'm trying to get them.
I'll get what I got.
I'll shoot you some cash for shipping too. But sorry, that caught me off guard. I was like,
you can shoot me some cash and I'll find something to ship.
Okay, yeah. Here's $20. Mail me some of those rocks.
Ryder will get a kick out of this. Do you know what this live is missing so far?
What?
Some mermaid.
Yeah. It is. She's up on the shelf. She's sleeping.
Oh,
that's a cop out. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my charger while you guys grab the mermaid.
All right, I'm trying to see if she's over here. I thought I had her. Nope. I'm rolling over the dog's bone. I was wondering why I couldn't move. Yeah, I did have her on the desk. Hang on, let me see. Oh. There she is. All right.
I just had to. Oh, and all her won't open glory. So have you seen this yet, Ryder?
The mermaid knife?
Yeah.
I think so. I think I saw the meme in one of your groups, and I think I saw it on a live stream as well.
Look at her and weep. She's just so fantastic.
And what's the story behind this?
Oh, there's a couple.
Yeah. Well, she's my gas station knife, and I love the till that was on it. So you know, you see something so ugly, you have to have it. And so that's what I did, and I originally sent it to Marshall so he could rework it for me, because I was like, all right, new blade, new scales and everything. But then we finally asked everybody in the chat, you know, on one day on the live, like, okay, how should we change it? And they all voted to leave it as it is.
Okay.
So that's how we're not going to change her. But
I see.
Yeah.
Very
so
nice.
She's gonna. Yeah. And the blade actually reminds me of a Disney record.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if you remember, but that's like Disney used to have like the Fox and the Hound LPs that had like that coating on them, like the cartoon. They weren't black or anything. Yeah, they're collector's editions today. Giving away my age, but whatever. But so yeah, that's her, and she is actually in the business of finding a mail order groom. Fook Doozle, that was in here, actually sent her a husband, but it's going to be her sugar daddy, and you're going to see why it's going to be her sugar daddy here in a minute. Go get her.
Okay.
I mean, get him, not her. Whoa. All right. Okay. So that's her sugar daddy. He was going to be her mail order husband.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. That's a lot
he's
of gold.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
golden blingy. So yeah. And so yeah, that's for sugar
Is
daddy.
that a Marfione dagger on the other side? It almost looks like it.
Yeah.
Gosh, I can't even see. I'm not in the dark. It's
It's so
vivid,
shiny.
vivid still. But
Vivid.
yeah. So because he's so gold, like I said,
Yeah.
Foot Doozle's the one that sent it to me. It's going to be her sugar daddy.
There you go.
And Titanium Justin is supposed to be sending me her actual husband because they kind of sort of match.
You gotta have Marshall do a full dress, well, I don't want to say full dress custom because that would just get ridiculous fast. But I mean, we could do totally put like a merman pattern on one, and just you could even do it on a stock one, just something with like titanium scales. You could go in there and laser in.
I'll just do a pencil sketch.
Yeah.
On there. With like paint marker, give an ASGEIR some flippers and send it to her and be like, there you go.
Bloomy says she looks. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say Monterey Bay does like some in-house engraving, and they do like really intricate stuff, and some of those guys are real good controlling they can almost paint, with titanium.
Yeah. Very cool. Now, what were you saying, Marissa?
I was reading the Nate said it's a day, had a lot of flooding here. More rain supposed to be coming, but the waters are receding a bit now. Lumi said good. Elsa from Frozen, talking about my mermaid knife. And Nate said, I actually have a few of those Disney records in my collection. So, yeah. Let's see. And Matt said, what? I thought I was going to hear some dramatic story. LOL. Cool memories.
That was dramatic,
Gareth asked to see one of your knives, Ryder.
He said, where I saw a bust out the pike.
Yeah.
Was that it?
That was.
Oh.
Well, Matthew said bust out that pike. And then Gareth asked to see one of your knives.
Sorry. I read right over it. So this is one of mine. This is a modified pike with the Tonto. You see it's got fun time grinds, peel ply handle.
Oh, yeah.
Very fun build. And then we got the big in over here. This is a collab between myself and another maker. So it's his design. I did tweak it slightly, but the handle, all the finish work, all the grinds is my work. And then we have the toe curve, the curved toe, which is just a fun one. And then this, I don't know if it's gonna survive, because if I tweak it too much, these won't fit. Like you can see where the 3D printed scale comes to on that. It's like right on the edge of that grind, like it just barely drops off. So if I go in and tweak this anymore, I'm afraid I might have to make new handles, which isn't the end of the world, but I like this with the 3D print. I guess I could go in and change the model just for this, but then it might not fit the sheath. And
I love that one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The scales
Very
really
cool.
do it for me. They I'm very happy with the way that side of the product and production has been going. So
yeah. Oh, here is Nate. He says, "Oh, I finally have to re-edge my ASGEIR. After a ton of use, I have used her hard on a ton of cardboard from the little woman's new couch. So it's finally time." Jason?
I'm glad people are using them.
My nephew has one just like that in his pocket right now with the mermaid knife.
I heard that.
What's that? Oh, yeah, I popped my neck. Sorry.
And Nate said, "I love that grind." Matthew said, "Yes." F2. Nate, "There's just something sexy about a combination grind."
I agree.
Gareth said he likes it. And Matthew says, "The curving toe." And Jason said yes.
Sweet. Rolf is promoting the Facebook group, and
yeah, I think you have a fan in Rolf.
Right now, it's pinned. His Ryder's Facebook group is pinned at the top of the chat. So if you guys want to go join his Facebook group, you can also join his YouTube channel if you want. So if he ever decides to start one, let's encourage him, then he'll already have 10 subscribers. I'm kidding. Just making sure he's paying attention.
Yeah, we got to get Ryder making more YouTube content.
Yeah, so I have all the footage from our time in the shop, which I think is going to be sick when it's all edited down, but it is going to be quite the undertaking. The first part is I want to finish the knives first. That's the problem. Yeah. And then I've just been trying to bang out some stuff, but I really am set up for it. I mean, you guys saw my 360 cam and how I was using that, and like I just need to, I've got my chest rig right over here, and I've got my 3D printed accessory tray and my cameras in here. Let's see if I can grab it real quick. This is like, this is why I recommend the 3D. This is originally why I got the 3D printer in the first place, was like modular storage. So this is my little custom tray that sits on my bench, and I've got all my little drivers and bits, but this is my camera. I think Marshall showed you what I was doing with that, right?
No.
Okay. The camera?
I'll have to send Legion one of my clips, like from the 360. The cool thing about it is because it's recording in 360 degrees, if I have it on in the shop and I make a weird face, or like, you know, I go out of frame or something happens, potentially I can also like zoom out or zoom away. The idea was I didn't have to spend as much time like setting up the camera and like getting in there and getting the right shot. You guys do a ton of this when you go into other people's shots, like getting the right, you know, configuration. Yeah. And so it's kind of nice because I can just work and then later on go and clip up, you know, what I like. So
yeah,
very cool. Yeah, that camera was really neat. And I remember on one of the drives, I'll always remember going down the road, and you're like trying to hold the camera out the window over the top of the car.
I'm gonna see if I can find some, just because I feel like we're talking about something that people can't see, and that sucks, you know. Let me see. So, 2 seconds. So I have all my obligatory monster shots in the shop. And,
oh, cool.
Yeah, that's you working on the mill, right?
Yeah, I think I've got the camera just mounted to the monster can.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I think it'll be kind of funny. You know, we put it on there as it was working, and so like I think I have a nice like full let me see if I can just pan like a full rotation, and just it was so nice to be able to put on. I did it while we were heat treating. This is like exclusive sneak peeks at footage of stuff that Marshall and I did not too long ago.
Yeah, that was in November, wasn't it?
Yep.
In my messy shop.
That's all right.
Yes. Yeah, Ryder. You probably haven't heard. It was what, a week before Marissa went home. She had to clean my shop. We went through every nook and cranny of my shop, and she cleaned it up.
That's an undertaking. I'm nervous.
Had it done in a day.
Yeah.
One day.
Oh, there we are.
Is it still on the Coke can?
No, this is on my little camera. I just stuck it out the window and get like a nice pan shot. It wasn't actually in 360 mode, and I didn't realize that. But yeah,
it still was a good shot.
Yeah, it came out cool. I think my favorite shot from this whole series is this one where we actually mounted it on the milling table.
Mm-hmm.
And so as it spins around, like you get the 360 going through the milling operations. And just those little things that I like. I'm not much of a cinematographer, but it comes in handy for me. So sorry to bog down in camera talk. I was like, this is relevant. This is Marshall's shop.
Oh yeah, no. Those cameras are good to have. And I hate because we've already been at, filming as Legion. We've gone through some pretty bad cameras. So I can appreciate a good camera. Let's just say that. So yeah, can definitely appreciate that. Which reminds me, I have more filming to do tomorrow. So, but I'll probably use my iPad for it. And Gareth said he subbed to you.
Thank you, Gareth.
That
Bob Spot camera. Motion sensing, it moves 360. Yeah. Jason, I was in town for it was like 6 days. And I was kind of
just
in and out. I wanted to see a lot more people because I've got so many friends in that area, but I literally saw Marshall. We made a quick trip to San Diego to do some business and meet up with some people, and then we came back to Marshall's shop and just like pulled an all-nighter heat treating. That clip I showed is like from 3 a.m. It was fun, but yeah, we didn't do a ton. So I am sorry to miss you though. Jim asks, do I have an Instagram for the knives or just Facebook? I do have an Instagram. It's so Polar Knives Steel is the one that has all the work in progress. And then Hartley Knife and Steel is the one that has like just finished builds. If you're not like into seeing my collection and the whole, I call the Hartley page the business page, and then I have my like knife culture page where I just have fun. Next time, Jason. Next time.
Yeah. Fun's what it's all about.
That's the bigger page, for sure. All
right.
Sorry, I've been grabbing the comments out as they can.
Oh no, it's fine. You can do that.
It's okay.
Yeah. I'm just checking my weather.
Yeah, as you should. It sounds a little sketchy over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that storm is that polar vortex. I saw it on the news. It's going all the way down into the Gulf, right there by Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi. It's dipping.
Yeah, and so just if I could pull it up. Trying to, if it's easy for you to see, I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, I'm like, hang on, this is blocking.
I don't know if I know how to read these weather patterns.
I was trying to let it focus, but yeah, I'm literally right there. Well, right there. So this line here, this first one, the thin one, is about was to hit me, and then that behind it is hitting me after. So yeah, that's what I'm keeping an eye on, because it is like super windy here.
Thank you.
But yeah, let's see. Hide the message. All right, yeah. So I think Matthew is going to bed for the night. Yep.
Alaska time. It's not so bad. Get a link. Gareth, what do you want? I can drop all of the links. Facebook, Instagram.
Yeah, Facebook is pinned at the top of the chat. Stacy, I am in Mississippi, just north of Hattiesburg. Have a good night, Matthew. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate you, Matthew. Yeah, it's
You're
rough
halfway done
there
with the big system. Yeah.
We don't get that crazy weather. We have fires in the summer, and then we'll get like the occasional blizzard, like snowstorm, and then it's really the freezing rain that messes everything up, because it weighs down the power lines and like freezes, and it's terrible to drive, and yeah.
I can imagine. Stacy, that's who I have on right now. I always watch Ryan Hall. So it's like normally when we're getting severe weather here, Ryan Hall is on every TV in the house or somebody's phone, or so yeah. So did you grow up, like were you born and raised in Alaska? And
yes, I want to say unfortunately, but it's a unique place, and there are things that I do really appreciate about it. As I get older, I have come to appreciate it more and more, and it's just such a shame that we're so far removed from the rest of the states. You know, I gotta fly over Canada, and shipping's always a nightmare. You know,
yeah.
Sometimes it's easy, like a flat rate is a flat rate is a flat rate, but then you try to order your grinder, and they hit you for $1,000.
Yeah, I can imagine. You're like, no, send one part at a time. I'm good.
Right? It's like, dude. And some of that just comes with like operating with it. Like you got to know what to ask for. Like I've had companies like ship to me, and they ship UPS, and it's like, you know, $100, and I'm like, I know this will fit in a small flat rate box, so y'all just charged me like, you know, $90 more than you needed to for shipping, and I'm frustrated by this. And normally they're pretty chill about it, but I have had people be like, what's a flat rate box? And it's like, dude, let's fix this.
Yeah, I was surprised when they wouldn't ship your laser to up there.
Yeah.
You know, it was kind of sad that you basically had to pay double shipping on your laser.
And I had to pay your sales tax on top of it.
Yeah.
Man. Garrett said someone needs to go out. I thought it was my dog.
Yeah, sorry. my pup, whenever we like aren't just doing our new normal routine, she gets all fired up. So I apologize for the squealing.
Oh, it's fun.
What's her name?
What's that?
What's her
Sophie.
name?
Aw.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
She's just my girlfriend put on her coat to go grab dinner, and she got all fired up because normally I'm the one that does that, and so she's used to it.
Mom
and
didn't take her.
yeah, she's like, "What? You're going somewhere without me?" So
Yeah.
that's the one I rescued from the moose. He's playing touch and go. So
Yeah, mine, she was in here, but when I left out earlier, I sent her to bed. Mine's hilarious. She just, when she's ready to go to bed, she'll go to my room and get on her bed, and she's just like, "All right, I'm done with y'all. That's it." She's too funny.
Yeah, JoJo's got sass.
Yes, she does.
Sure. I learned that firsthand when I went out to Mississippi in December, and JoJo let me know who boss was.
Oh yeah. Real quick, Adventure 50, Lance, are you still in here? I'm gonna give Lance a little bit and see if he is in here.
I'm gonna put Ryder's IG link up on the screen here.
If you just search Polar Knives Steel, you'll find it. The walrus. Also part of the Y'all Squad. Let's see.
All right. I am going to, I guess Adventure is getting ready for his live, so I'm going to run over and get his link really quick. Hi, Bushcraft. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Bushcraft rebooted. Glad to have you here.
It's like, what were you saying?
I'll learn to talk one of these days. I'll just start making words.
Well, what's funny is like we call out so many different names. You know, remember how the school teacher would be like, up to whoever you are, and our parents, like our mothers, would call the roll when she couldn't get the kids' names right, and she'd just be like, "Hey, you." That's what I feel like sometimes. It's
no, exactly. I don't know how you guys keep track of who's been here and who has left. I'm like, hey, Bushcraft, thanks for joining us. You know, like I don't remember.
Well, that's one of the amazing things about, you know, what we call knife tube. You see the same people in the other lives, and when you start going and hitting the lives, you figure everything out. I mean, like we'll use the usual suspect gathering. You know, you can go and meet somebody and you only meet them at the gathering. And then next year, you know exactly who they are when you see them. It's not any different here on YouTube. You know, we see each other in the live streams. And
let me, Ron. I know exactly what you're talking about. And yes. Aaron, no, it's Ron. I'll never forget that sketch. That was hilarious.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
But yeah, and me and Marissa, we're both really good at just making up words when we can't find the word we need for whatever reason. And it can get pretty comical at times.
And when we go off our live, Adventure 50 will be starting his live. So that way you guys can continue over there. When he starts, he'll be going live 1 Eastern time, 12 Central. So we have about another hour before we end ours, so he can begin his. So let's see, who else? And I guess now would be a really good time. We don't have really too many. I'm looking at the wrong one, Marissa, because you don't have a brain tonight. Let's see. All right, so we have what we're actually starting, we're going to do it on Sundays. And it's called the Edge Alliance. And if you have a YouTube channel, you can go live from anywhere from an hour to 2 hours. And it's going to be kind of like a train, basically. So say, for instance, Help with Gadgets goes live for 2 hours or 1 hour, whatever you guys decide. When they end, everybody automatically goes over to like Bushcraft's YouTube channel, and then after his ends, and then they move on to the next person. So that way it gives everybody the opportunity on Sundays to have everybody there instead of being like spread out everywhere. So
yeah, we kind of thought it would be cool
if that made any sense
to create this train, you know, where you just hop from one live to the next with shorter lives than what a lot of people do, and kind of binge watch all day.
Yeah. And even us, like sometimes we're busy working, so we can't actually, you know, chat in the lives, but we're listening. We're there giving the views, we're liking and whatnot. So, but yeah, nice. Gareth, stranger danger. But yeah, Help with Gadgets and Bushcraft. If you guys are interested in it, just shoot us a message. Either just do it on IG, and I know we already have Help with Gadgets email. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. And even if you want to go live on your YouTube, Ryder, then yeah, I mean, we could throw you in there in the train. And if you want to do 1 hour, 2 hours, because I know people here on YouTube would love to see you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Do you guys have like slots, or like, is it, I imagine you're trying not to overlap people.
Yeah. You can do 1 hour or 2 hours. But right now all slots are open, and we're not going to take any slots until everybody gets to pick theirs.
Okay. So cool. Yeah, I'm going to look at my schedule. I really enjoy doing the lives, but I'm always conflicted because, you know, it's like potential shop time or creative time. Now this one's been super productive because we have the toe gear. And so that's an excellent addition. I got to run my flashbang by you guys, and you know, I just like engaging with the community, but I'll have to look at my schedule. That's on Sundays, you said, so it's 8 p.m. here. But is it starting now with Adventure 50?
No. He's just trailing us tonight. So when we end, that's why, because we normally would have gone. We normally do anywhere 3 to 4 hours, but we know he's going to be coming on, and we don't want to like go past him or whatever. So we're going to be butting up next to him, so everybody can just move from ours to his and whatnot. So
cool. Yeah, I'll look at my schedule and see when I can. It'll probably, I mean, if it's just Sunday, it'll probably be like evening, and maybe just like an hour. But yeah, that's super interesting.
Yeah, this is something we're wanting to set up, so it's not like it's something that's already happening. This is something we're trying to create and get started.
Yeah, because we noticed like people are all over the place. You know, it's like one thing I can't stand is because I try to support everybody's life. Well, we both do, not just me.
Yeah.
So we're like having to go check, okay, who's live next? We, you know, trying to figure out, you know, all that. So we're constantly bouncing around. We keep checking to see if anybody's live that we can go and support. And then it's like,
well, you guys have a good community. Sorry, I want to ask about the name. What do you guys call on this concept?
The Edge Alliance.
The Edge Alliance? All right.
Yeah.
I've seen similar behavior on Twitch, and they call it stream rating. So you raid somebody's stream, but I think that might fit into the Legion. You've got the chieftains and stuff. So sorry, I cut you off, Marissa. I was like, I have to know the name, and I have to get this out there. It's compulsive.
Barbie said, I'm doing 5:30 p.m. Eastern time on Sundays. Just shoot us a message, Barbie, and we can put you in the slot for that time for the, I don't like calling it a train, but it's basically, you know, just one live after the other. But everybody would have to commit to either like 1 hour or 2 hours, you know, like whatever slot that they wanted. So that way we're not overlapping and somebody can be able to go next.
Yeah, we really think it would be neat to get everybody like timed up and I mean, I know there's been some people that have tried it in the past and whatnot, but you know, we also hang with a specific group of channels, and you know, we figure we can organize amongst ourselves and you know, create kind of a neat event.
Yeah.
You guys want me to answer this one?
Yeah, it says Ryder.
I was just waiting.
On.
I'm like, I've been
Ryder.
You mentioned 3D printing. Do you have any hot recommendations for learning CAD? I've been working with it a bit and self-educating. Would appreciate any additional resources you might have. I think the program that you're working out of is going to be important. If you can answer that. I've been using Fusion, and Fusion, like there's some really good tutorials online, just YouTube. I picked it up in about 2 weeks. I did have the benefit of being able to go in and talk to engineers who are like still in school, so they might have just learned it and got some of that terminology and ran some of my stuff by them. But it's all just geometry. And so as long as you understand the jargon, like, you know, I would start with a simple project. And if you have a 3D printer, I think a 3D printer makes learning CAD 10 times easier, because you can really get a handle on like how your parts fit together and make them real. But yeah, shoot me a message and we'll talk about your specific project and what it is and what's going wrong. Cause it's, yeah, I mean, I do it all the time. And it's easier than it looks. It's very daunting when you look at those menus, but it's not too bad. Here, I'm going to go shut one of my doors here. And I did see this, pick up a lot of things. Shoot me a message, Facebook, Instagram, wherever, and we'll talk, and I'll walk you through as much as I can, see if it's something I can help with. So I'll be right back.
All right. And here's one for you, Marissa.
Yeah, I was just fixing to answer her. She's like, okay, sounds good. Sorry, my daughter was texting me. She wants to come destroy my kitchen tomorrow and bake. Let that girl bake. But yeah, it's no big deal. Just shoot me a message. I mean, I know you already said your time was 5:30. So I have to get the schedule made up so everybody can just go straight into the document and just put in their time slot that they want and go from there.
So, Marissa, speaking of baking, I have a question for you.
Oh no, what?
What am I going to need to bribe your mom into some tea cakes being hot and ready when I arrive in Mississippi?
Bat your eyes and say, please. But yeah, she'll make
I have
them.
been looking forward to those.
Yeah. Those are really, really good.
Yeah. Ryder, you'll have to try some tea cakes at some point. We might have to smuggle you some when you're in it.
I would appreciate it.
And,
yeah. We'll show up with batches of tea cakes.
yeah.
I always appreciated that about the gathering, when people would like bring stuff, you know. It was always just a fun little, you know, it was mostly like whiskey, but it's always nice when people bring things from home. So
Yeah, I remember one year at the gathering, oh wow, this is like gathering 3 or
boy.
4. And I knew a guy on the forums that was a connoisseur of root beer, and he showed up with some exclusive microbrew root beers that were like sold in wine-sized bottles, and were going for hundreds of dollars a bottle in really micro batch root beer. And I learned real quick that, you know, when you have an $800 bottle of root beer that you're drinking from a shot glass, it don't taste a whole lot different than, you know, say like a $3.99 microbrew root beer.
Yeah, you have to get that palate, you know, and acquire the taste to really appreciate stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had somebody do that with like beer at a get together, and they had all the different microbrew beers, and they were pouring little cups, and they were like, and this one's gonna have a very, you know, sour finish, and it's like, I mean, it tastes like beer. This one's good. This one's not. This one's good. So I definitely hear you.
Yeah. And
it's stormy here, so.
Okay. Nathaniel Hodge says he'll hit you up on Facebook in the coming days for sure. Appreciate it. And he also said if I ever get with y'all, I'll make sure I bring a good Glenfiddich or some such with me. Sounds good. So Ryder, I'm curious. Where are you, what are your goals with knife making? You know, where do you plan on it taking you? Do you plan on ever dipping into the production world? Are you going to stay exclusively handmade? You know, what's the end game for you?
I want to do this full time. I definitely want to dip my toe into the production realm. And I still want to do some custom work. So there are some companies that kind of like steal stuff off the production line and then dress them up and do them fancy. And that's like the end goal would be to own that time and be able to like do creative projects and have a production company kind of rolling in the background, and then still have my custom work like on top of that. You know, I think there are a couple of companies that really sort of emulate that, and it's just a mix, you know, like yeah, I think I'm so focused on like the short term and the 3-year and the 5-year goals right now. And the big one is quit my job, you know. The sooner the better.
Yeah.
The more that I can do. And I think a lot of those same skills will be required when I am doing it full time, to like make sure that I'm growing at the rate that I need to be. So streamlining production, doing innovative stuff or new stuff. But yeah, that's the goal is wake up, make knives, go to sleep, dream about knives, wake up, make some more knives. And then the whole time I'm making knives, I have a system and people behind me helping me roll those productions out. So.
Awesome. And Gareth asks, do you guys have problems with designs getting stolen?
Marshall, I think you can speak to this more than I can.
Yeah, I've had designs stolen. I've had designs stolen by Chinese companies. I've actually had designs stolen by highly reputable custom knife makers here in the U.S. You know, it's one of these things. I think they say, you know, and Marissa tells me this all the time, you know, imitation is the greatest form of flattery. And that might be true, but it also still kind of stings when you put time in to come up with something unique and creative, and somebody just runs with it, thinking it's perfectly okay, or just not caring or whatnot. And it's one of these things that I think people can be classier. I kind of look at it as, if you borrow something from another designer, like a little design aspect or whatnot, credit them.
It's not that hard.
Chances are they don't own They don't own the rights to it. There's no patents or copyrights you can put on a lot of these ideas. But just credit them, and say, hey, I liked this about this person's design or this person's creative idea, and I kind of thought a way I could do it a little bit different or incorporate this aspect into my own creation, and give them credit, and that's the simplest form of thank you that you could do. If you're going to get really close to what somebody else does, ask. A lot of people will be like, sure, are you doing it for yourself? Or are you doing it to sell? They might have some stipulations if you're looking to profit from it. But, it's sadly, theft is IP theft and things like that. They're going to be out there, and there's nothing you can do. And sometimes you could be really surprised where it comes from.
Yeah, it's something that's always in the back of my head, but not outright. I had a weird incident where I told somebody about one of my internal processes, and then like shortly thereafter, they kind of launched their own version of it. And I was just like, oh, I didn't like that, and they didn't credit me. They were much bigger, like much larger, and they were asking because I had hit on something they were interested in. And there's like similar designs out there, like to mine. The TWR has a counterpart that's executed very differently, and it's different enough, but like when I first saw it, I was like, oh no, like this is going to be a problem. Not in that like I don't know, it's like I wasn't too worried about that individual, and for all I know, they came up with it independently, but it looked similar. And my fear is always like, we talked about it earlier, like these very business savvy people that are just like lawsuit, lawsuit, lawsuit. And it's like, no, like I can prove that I, did it my way, and you're just going to throw money, but it's a pain, And so I haven't had it like directly, but sort of indirect and in weird ways. And to be honest, like even with that incident that I brought up earlier where someone asked me about a process, I think like it's just as likely that they had it already. They had already kind of been working on it, and they were confirming it with me to be like, hey, like, is this how you're doing it? And it's like, yeah, okay, cool. There isn't a better way, kind of thing. So it happens, but as long as the style is distinct and I can run my business, I don't.
Yeah. And I think one of the biggest challenges with designing and the concept of, copying or stealing designs is, if you've been in the industry for a long time, you've seen a lot of knives. And if you do the knife shows, you've seen an insane amount of knives. And those things, they worm their way into the back of your head. And I've caught it a few times, even with my own stuff, where I forget I ever saw a knife. And then it kind of creeps forward into my own design, where I've subconsciously taken inspiration. And then somebody goes, oh, that looks like a such and such. And I'm like, oh, you're right. I didn't even realize that I forgot I ever saw that knife. Or, your brain automatically tweaks it. I had an incident once with a very, very popular knife maker, Jerry Hossam. And he called me out because I released a couple of designs that were similar. I can't remember what he called his, but they were very similar to his bird and trout knife. It has a specific name. And so, you know, he called me out on it, and then they were similar, nowhere near a copy. And I would never even seen his bird and trout design before. And, you know, we worked it out. We talked. It was all very civil and everything. But it was an accidental, and it was probably because maybe I'd seen his knife somewhere and didn't recall, or we both drew inspiration from something else, because there's even knives that predate him that are similar to both mine and his. And I think it's where a lot of people come up with the same thing independently.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, let's just grab a couple here. So one, these are two very different makers, but like the size is almost identical, you know, and the handles aren't that dissimilar. This is obviously, so this is Steve Ryan and then Gavco. But when I first drew the TWR, it was actually about this size with a fat blade and the tip as you saw it. And I drew it, and like I was kind of like playing with ideas, and then I made one. You know, I cut it out by hand, the whole nine, like sent it off to heat treat with a couple others that I had cut. And then I got it back and I looked at it side by side with this, and I was like, this is the exact same handle. Like, I obviously use this to inspire it. That's what I was going for. But then, you know, I was like, okay, this needs to change. And that's when I came up with the TWR. And obviously, you know, way different at this point. But you can still see the influence in a couple of those lines. Like it's almost the same exact curve. But you know, I tried to take my own turn, and that's why I use my collection so heavily. I mean, there's so many other knives in this handle alone, you know, besides just the Gavco. But it is funny how some of those things will creep through, even through multiple iterations. So yeah, copy without knowledge certainly happens on occasion. So I like. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and that's something that's really hard when it's completely unintentional. That's something that's really hard to prevent, you know, and it can be really disappointing when you. When you realize it. And I've literally scrubbed designs before because I realized there was too much influence of somebody else's work, and it's like, okay, that's never gonna be made.
When you told me my folder design looked a lot like a poltergeist, it scared me for a minute, because I was like, oh, like did I do that thing? Because I was pulling from poltergeist, but not directly. I had a couple of others, but my poltergeist has such a different handle from like my folder that I came up with. And so I think that's why I was like, I was having to think about, like, is it too close? I can't, but it caught me off guard. Stout does that sometimes and he's got so many designs, and he'll put out, like he'll show it off and then ask, like, is anybody done anything like this before? Because it's real easy especially with like knuckles and stuff, like EDC trinkets. Like, good luck trying to design a pry bar that doesn't look like another pry bar. Like, it's very hard because they all look very similar. Actually, if you guys want to see a cool pry bar, oh shoot, where is it? No. All right, never mind. It's not where I thought it was.
Well, got to leave something for them to come snoop your page and discover.
I have a pry bar design that looks like a gold bar, and I have all the. This one's not quite it, but it's got like the it's got a titanium base, and then I can put like different materials on top. So I've done them in copper. There's pictures on my page if you go scrounging. I thought it was right here, but I must have walked off with it. I was using it the other day to mess with stuff. So
Sounds like there's some objections
Yeah.
going on in the background. We come back.
that means the food's here. So I might have to drop
Yeah.
off in just a couple minutes, but
Yeah, definitely. Go
Okay.
eat.
We appreciate the time you spent.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity. It's great. Every time I come out and hang with y'all, even just in the chat, I end up growing and getting to talk to people, and obviously I'm very interested in supporting Legion, and I was able to bring a few of my boys over from my Facebook group there at the beginning. So I really do appreciate it, and this is what I live for. It's great to chat. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we can send you out with a
Yes.
gong, because thank you, Adventure 50, for gifting a membership.
Yep.
And
I think Ryder should get his own cowbell and gong just for spending almost 5 hours with us on a live, sharing his knowledge and.
I think you need to give him some fever and some dance before we give him the
Okay.
cowbell.
I can
Guess
make
what?
that happen.
I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
I can't believe that's Will Ferrell.
So there's your cowbell, Ryder. And this gong, Ryder, is for
Thank
you.
you.
You gotta give him
That
a
was a
louder
crisp-
one.
Oh,
Too gentle.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you guys. I appreciate your time, and thanks for letting me do this. It was a blast, and
We appreciate you
Yes.
as well, and thank you for spending the time with us.
we'll be in touch. We gotta finish out the Sturgeon Aztec tan curve.
And the Azto.
Yeah.
The Azto. All right.
But
Now I got to figure out how to get out of here. So,
Oh, we can
okay,
boot you
cool.
out if
Yeah.
we want.
Sweet. Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate it. And, I saw Rolf saying, he was going to swing by, and it's always fun. So, yeah.
Yeah. Everybody go follow him anywhere he is, and keep an eye, because Ryder's doing some big things, and you can get a chance at getting in early on what I think is going to be a very long creative journey for Ryder.
We're going to do it for the next 50, 60 years, until the wheels fall off. So,
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
right, have a good
Have a
night.
good one.
All right. Thank you, Ryder. All right. All right. So now Adventure 50,
Yes.
we owe you, and then we'll get Gareth. We owe you guys some cowbell and some gong.
I gotta have more cowbell, baby.
All right, that's for you, Adventure 50. And here's your gong. And that was for Gareth. All right, for Gareth, welcome to the Legion Steel Warriors. glad to have you in the family. And here, Gareth, here is your gong. Everybody's like, it's probably too late for the gong.
Oh, no, not here. And I say that was, we had a great time talking with Ryder and seeing the work that he does and learning about some new things that he's going to be doing.
Yep.
Hang on one second. You guys, I'm just keeping an eye on my weather. Caleb says, "Don't fear the reaper." Yes, good song. Gareth says, "I can do that dance." All right, video it. We want to see it on a short and send it to us.
Yep. Absolutely.
Caleb's,
yep. Caleb's right. Prove it.
Yep.
Video or it didn't happen.
And if you can do it, then we'll make that part of our cowbell dance. And every time we we'll play some Will, and then we'll play some Gareth.
Yeah.
But it was really great to have Ryder, because it's like I love that so many different knife makers have so much information to share and whatnot. And you were frozen up like this. Gareth said he's up for it. So
yep.
Probably in about 20 minutes, Adventure 50 is going to be going live. So I'm going to go ahead and post his link here.
Yeah, you don't want to miss out on that.
That's to his live stream. We are already sitting over there. I've already commented on his live. And so if you guys are going to be up, that's where you need to head to, so we can harass Lance for a little bit. Maybe he's got some cowbell for us. Gareth, I will use a pot as I don't have a cowbell. That's fine. You can. You totally can.
Well, you gotta roll the shirt up just a little bit to show the underbelly, and
you just
get that going.
Yep.
Just like
you got to put everything into it. And Will Ferrell actually said that sweater that he wore, he didn't know it was going to fit that way. So that was a happy accident. Whenever he started dancing and playing the cowbell, and the sweater rose up. So yeah, that was not planned. It was just an accident. And how long did he say it took him? Because Will Ferrell wrote that skit and was tried for 6 months or so or more to get it on the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now it's a legendary skit.
Yep.
Yep. Of course.
Yeah, it had. It's a skit that had a whole documentary on it.
Yep. And
that's an achievement.
And Christopher Walken, he helped make it what it was. So yeah. But I keep getting alerts on my YouTube for the same video, and it's Barbie's video. It's like over and over. It just keeps alerting me. It's like, I saw it, Barbie.
I think between the notifications on YouTube and the ads and everything all being out of whack, I think YouTube's smoking the green.
Yeah. Well, that's like, I'll go and I'll watch everybody's shorts and stuff like that. And because I got the notification, so I'll watch them and whatnot. And then I get a notification. I'm like, oh, Lance or Barbie or so-and-so did another short. I go to look and I was like, I just literally watched this. It's the same. Or if somebody goes live, I don't get the notification they went live until like a day later. It's like, I don't know why either, Barbie, but it's YouTube is what it is. And it just happens.
Yeah, I always discover things on the For You page or homepage before I ever get notifications.
Yeah. The Adventure says, no cowbell. I don't want to wake my wife up. I did that last week, LOL. Yes. Don't wake her up. We want you to survive your life.
Yeah.
Gareth, I just put up my first 2 shorts on Thursday. Okay, we'll have to go check them out.
Yep, definitely.
I just keep getting storm alerts. I'm actually heading over. I think we're already subscribed. Yeah, we're subscribed to you, Gareth.
And Caleb says YouTube's drunk and needs to walk home. Yeah, I think so.
Pickled steel warhog.
I think that's a perfect description.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, I can't believe we've been live for this long.
Well,
I mean, I know this isn't our longest, but
I don't mind being live this long when I'm being entertained. You know what I'm saying? Like my mind is being occupied by whatever information is going on. That's like if there's teaching going on, that's like my brain is like right there. But yeah, then sometimes my brain will like zone out, and but it's all good. And so let's see, we have 19 minutes before Adventure 50 goes live. Checking it now.
So who can we harass for 19 minutes?
We have 3 people waiting over at Adventure 50s. So let's see. Gareth, please, if you can see anything I can improve on, let me know. Yeah, we can let you know.
Yeah.
Lumi and Twitch are in YouTube, subscribing or self-promoting for new people. They don't do that in other bunch community. Yeah. We that's one thing I love about the knife community is everybody supports everybody. And then even there's some outside of the knife community, like the metal detecting, and there's actually some gamers and whatnot that come in, and the lock picking people. So there's several different communities that actually come in and support. And there's like people who do the coin videos, and I go and Marshall does too. We go and watch those and support them. I mean, yeah, there's so many that we try and go and support. So that's why we were talking about doing the lives, that live train on Sunday, is so even if someone has a really small channel, hey, they can jump in there, and guess what? Everybody's just bouncing from live to live. So, and and it helps.
Yeah, it'll be awesome if we can get that put together and to become a thing that sticks.
Yeah, they insta-ban if you even say YouTube. What? On Twitch?
Wow. So they're considering themselves a direct competitor with YouTube. Even Rumble doesn't.
But they're not that great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just Gareth, it is such a good knife found. Yes, it is. It definitely is.
Yeah.
I totally agree. I'm going to go so I can check my setup. Talk to you later. All right. We'll see you over there on your live.
All right.
I'm already over there.
We'll see you there.
I'm sitting in your live right now, Lance.
I'm going to, when we're done here, I'm going to heat up some food real quick for dinner, and then I'll be sitting down. Probably have you playing on my phone while I cook.
I am refreshing my stream. Rumble is great. Hope Knife people move there. We actually have an account at Rumble. So that way, if something ever happened to us here on YouTube, our account, then we have one over there. So, but yes. And let's see. Oh, yeah, Wyoming is already over there. Gareth is already over at Adventure 50. I'm just trying to like pedal everybody.
Yep.
Dragoon. Well, look who woke up.
Oh, yeah.
Rumble, you say, Caleb.
You missed all the fun. We had custom knife maker in
Yeah.
the house.
Can't wait to handle that
You'll have to watch
ASGEIR.
the
You
replay.
guys have a nice night. I'll finish up with that email to be done with that part. I probably won't be on Adventure 50 stream. I'm tired, so have a good night. Oh, that's fine. You have a good night, Caleb, and we will talk to you soon.
Glad to have you here.
Gareth, I got some dance moves to work on today. Yes, you do.
Oh, yeah.
Dragoon, I've been here the whole time, and you just now saying hello. So whatever.
Yeah, I see how it is. We're just chopped liver now, you know.
Mm-hmm. Right? Nate said it's been a great night, to be honest. Yes, it has.
Yep.
It's sorry, all. I've been lurking and gaming with my son.
Hey, nothing wrong with
Well,
that.
join us.
Hey, Todd.
I'm looking forward to getting with Ryder and seeing if I can't get past this little hurdle in my cat work. Oh, I'm fixing to have to go, y'all. It's getting like really, really bad here.
Yeah, I can hear it over the
Canyon. It's it's getting pretty bad. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to bow out,
right.
and I will see whoever. You can end the stream whenever you want to. There's 13 minutes left, but I'm going to go ahead and bow out because of the weather.
All right. Well, be safe.
And I will. And I will be on Adventure 50's stream and talking to you guys. So you guys join me over there and be like, hey. So otherwise, you guys have a great night.
You too. And I'll hit you up when we're done here and talk to you soon. All
right. Talk soon. Good night, guys. I'll see you over at Adventure 50's. You know who I'm talking about. I'll see you over there somewhere. Good night, guys. Love y'all.
All right. To those of you still left, and then here we have Dragoon LSK. Well, Marissa left, and I kind of zoned out. Next I know, some red-haired guy is talking to me. And he sells knives, so it's a rabbit hole. Yeah, it can be. And yeah, it's really coming down there. Stay safe, please. Everybody's saying goodbye. Yeah, it was that was quite the storm that hit her all of a sudden. You could hear that in her background. That was the rain and wind hitting on the windows and the side of her office there. And Gareth, I got the skit planned now. Awesome. I can't wait to see it. But yeah, I appreciate everybody spending the evening with us. I know it was a longer stream than we normally do. We wanted to give Ryder the time to get to know you all, and you all the time to get to know Ryder and what he's doing. I think Ryder is an outstanding maker, and he's at the very beginning of his journey. He's only been doing this for a couple of years now. And I think he's still at a price point where, it's going to be affordable to get into his work. He does excellent work for the price. And I truly believe that right now, if you're patient, you can absolutely get something from him rather than, a lot of these makers where you can spend years trying to get the opportunity to get anything from them, so we just kind of wanted to showcase him. And, there's other makers and designers that we want to showcase as well in the future. And we plan on it, and as well as other content creators here that we would like to have on our video, like Rolf and Barbie. And we'd like to have Adventure 50 back sometime. And any of you who are willing to come on, I know we've talked with like Bando and a few others about having them on our live stream at some point. And Rolf says, it was a great live, Marshall. Talk to you soon. Thank you, Rolf. Thank you, Barbie, for coming by. Barbie says, good night, guys. So I think right now is probably a pretty good time to wrap it up. I don't want to miss Adventure 50s, and I need to get me some food. So I know that's bad weather hitting a good part of the country, and I know it's late for a lot of you. So whoever's going over to Adventure 50s, I'll see you there. For those of you who aren't, thank you again for joining us and being part of our live stream and part of our family. And, you know, we will see you in the streams. And I want to give everybody a going out gong. So everyone's still with us in the chat. This gong is for you. All right. Good night, everyone. Glad to have spent the evening with you.